Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, July 31st, 2012. We are here with Brandon King, myself, Dr. Rhonda, Clayton, and Tim Burroughs. It's part of the Case Western Reserve Social Justice Institute Oral Life Narrative.
Project.
And we are live.
We're live.
I'd like to thank you, too, for being a part of this project. I'd like to get started by you introducing yourselves.
My name is Clayton Martin Burroughs.
My name is Timothy Burroughs. I have no middle name, so it's just straight Timothy.
Timothy Burroughs, Clayton Martin Burroughs. Tell us a little bit about your family.
Well, our family was one of the first pioneers to move into the city of East Cleveland. I believe that was August 1960. And my mom and grandmother purchased a house at 1652 Carrion, East Cleveland, Ohio. And we moved from the city of Cleveland because my mom and grandmother was under the belief that we should get a good education, and moving from apartments and moving to a home will create that kind of environment and climate for our family. I have 7 brothers and sisters, 4 brothers, 3 sisters. 5 have graduated from the East Cleveland City Schools. All of our siblings have college education and advanced degrees.
That's good. So you moved to East Cleveland from Cleveland in search of better education. Where's your family originally from?
My mom was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois. My dad was born and raised in Greensboro, Alabama.
Okay. In 1960, you came to East Cleveland. We're going to go over just some of these questions. So you were born and raised in East Cleveland. You went to elementary, junior high, high school. Can you tell us a little bit about East Cleveland in your younger years?
Well, I started at East Cleveland in the 3rd grade at Roselle Junior High School. I mean Roselle Elementary School, which has been torn down. At the time, East Cleveland had some of the best schools in the state of Ohio, if not in the United States. And it was what you call a bedroom community, meaning that most people who live there own their own home and they raise their family. Back then, people got along a lot better. Neighbors looked after each other, you know. East Cleveland was a really good place to grow up. There was things for you to do. Case in point, we used to go to Patterson Park. Your parents could go to work and leave you at Patterson Park all day. You didn't need a babysitter, okay? They had arts and crafts. They had day camp. There was adults there who watched you, you know, and taught you, you know. They had Little League. There was always something to do in East Cleveland. When I went to college at Louisville, and I told guys that I knew how to, you know, play ice hockey, they looked at me, said, wait a minute, you're a young black guy from Cleveland, Ohio. What do you mean you know how to play ice hockey? I said, yeah, we were taught to ice skate. You know, we had an ice skating rink. and they taught us how, how to play ice hockey, and that was kind of, back in those days, that was unheard of. Everybody participated in sports. Everyone was taught to achieve. I mean, if you had a friend across the street, their parents talked to you about achieving. And the same thing happened if your friend came over to your house. It was all about achieving. Our parents thought that, if we tried our best, everything would be okay. A lot of our parents didn't have a college education. Some of them hadn't even finished junior high school. But, they wanted us to be better than, what they had. So basically, that was one of the reasons why people were moving, into East Cleveland back in the early 60s, because not only of the school system, but the government, the social status, and the social things there was all geared toward the family. And you were encouraged to participate in those things. I think Clayton said that when we moved in East Cleveland in 1960, they had people who came out from City Hall to tell us about the city, things that were, that we could do, what the city offered and things of that. I guess they were called welcome wagon, but,
Right.
Those things were pretty regular. Now, that's unheard of. We had our own East Cleveland newspaper. East Cleveland Leader had everything in there you could think of concerning East Cleveland, from government to social activities to, they even covered the elementary schools, junior high schools, and Shaw High School teams, There was nothing for me to, look in the paper and read about Clayton, because he played football and basketball all the time, And we all followed suit. That was our way, to go to school, Back in the day, if you didn't get we knew our parents didn't make a lot of money, so one way to get to college was to excel. And at Shaw, not only did you have to excel on the field, you have to excel in the classroom. Because if you didn't make a certain grade point each week, you wasn't playing. That's the way it was. It didn't matter if you was the star or somebody sitting on the bench. If they sent that paper around to your teachers and you didn't have a C+ or a C better grade, you wasn't playing. And they made you go to study hall. And when you went to study hall, it wasn't nothing about turning on the radios or TVs or telephones and stuff like that. You had to study. And everything was geared towards excelling in school.
That's good. Now, if I just want to back up 1 second, 7 siblings, and where do you two fall?
He's the baby.
I'm the youngest. No.
He's the baby, and I'm the third oldest out of 7.
So when he was in 3rd grade, what grade were you in?
I started off at Kirk. It was Kirk Junior High School then.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk went to the 9th grade. So I was probably in the 8th grade going into the 9th grade.
So your age difference is?
Oh, yeah. Now, by the time I got to Kirk Junior High, the 9th graders were sent to Shaw.
Our age difference is about 6 years, I think.
Okay. Hence why you were reading about him.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us about growing up on Collion.
As I indicated, I was started Kirk, I think, in the 8th grade. My sister Joyce, who was a PhD, right now. Of course, I played basketball, football, baseball, participated in a little bit of everything. The emphasis back in the day was on education. Mom had our own rules in the house. Even though we knew the school district had their rules about the academic sheets that went around weekly with athletes, Mom would tell you, you don't function here bringing something home lower than a C. So when you walked in the house, you had to be a C student and better. Because as Tim has indicated, it was all about achievement and being successful. Because Mom, you still instill in our heads that I want you to have an education. Because my mom only finished junior high school. So there was a sense of madness about the expectations from our parents back in the day. My mom was the kind of person that had a personality that was involved with a lot of things dealing with her kids. To give you an example, she was the Parent Booster Club president. I think it was started in her living room with my friends and sisters' friends, and she began to bring parents together. We also had the East Cleveland Junior Civics League, when Tim referred to the parks about the different activities that were in the park, but we also had culminating activities where they recognized us for our academic achievement and athletic achievements as well at the YMCA in East Cleveland. And this was organized by our parents. We would put on fundraisers in the park to raise money for our different activities because they taught us teamwork and how to work together as a unit to achieve goals that were set for us. Most of my colleagues who graduated with me from high school went on to college to 4-year degrees. When I travel throughout the country today, I run into different Shaw grads. Many of them have been successful. Many of them are successful today. I carried this same activity over into my career because people used to ask me, are you going to be like your dad? And my question would be no. Our father was a business owner in the city of Cleveland who ran his own business. Back in the day, it was called a junkyard. But I was glad that I was part of the junkyard because now I learned the value of driving a car. I also learned how to cut a car up, rebuild a generator. He taught me how to use my hands. But I was the type of son, I didn't like dirty hands. So I figured to keep my hands from being dirty and to, as my mom used to say, well, you always like a nice pressed shirt because you're so particular and a nice starched pair of pants. My mom was right because I love to dress, I love to look sharp, but also like to exhibit the knowledge that I have. And that led me into my career as becoming a teacher with the East Cleveland City Schools. I spent 34 years there, principal, administrator, and retired at 55 years old. I can proudly sit here today and say that I'm 65 years old. Many people don't think that I'm that age, but I am 65. I thank my mom every day for the values. I also thank my dad, on the other hand, for the different activities and values that he instilled in us when it came to a workforce. I can recall my days. I think I graduated from Shaw. I went downtown to the employment center. I was hired within 1 hour at Ford Motor Company at $7.26 an hour. I worked 7 days a week. I didn't know anything about double time, triple time. When I worked Saturdays and Sundays, I thought I was a king.
Yeah,
But
back then,
we
that was a lot of
also
money.
learned the value of banking, because we had a banking system in the school where every Friday you had to bank at least $1. And that taught me how to value money as a youngster. So therefore, when I got my job, I knew and understood what finances were. And I began to look at the stock market at an early age, because I wanted to figure out what was the best way to use my money, because I knew we didn't have a lot. So therefore, we learned how to share within the family. So we helped Mom out a lot. My brothers and sisters needed clothes and things. So it wasn't like the money that I was using, that I earned, it was wasted. $1 was valued back in the day. I can't even remember a television in our house when we were youngsters coming up. But I do remember the big black telephone that had a party line where 5 or 6 people can listen in on your conversation. So I remember that. I remember the cameras when we used to take pictures and things, the big large cameras. But again, I'm saying all of this to put a value. My mom didn't put a value on material things. She put her value in her kids on achieving and being successful. My brother mentioned something regarding when he was in school and as we moved up, we had a support base back in the city of East Cleveland. I mean, a solid support base. And that was defined by families working together. If I was doing something wrong and Mr. Jones saw me doing something wrong, Mr. Jones would come. He wouldn't chastise. We would sit down and have a group discussion. How to speak to each other, how to treat each other, how to treat young ladies. We don't, hey girl, come here. You know, they taught us how to be a gentleman, and we go knock on the door, and if we wanted to court somebody's daughter, you had to go and introduce yourself to their parents, meet their parents so they know who you are. In return, they would meet your parents, whether they were separated, divorced, or whatever. This was the system that was established, and that system led to the many successes. And as an educator, I took those same values and I brought them along with me so I could keep the history of East Cleveland going as a principal. And many of my former students, they will tell you that I valued my kids. And I always taught kids that if you want to be successful, there's a way out of East Cleveland. And the best way out of East Cleveland is to educate yourself to the fullest.
So you said your mother valued education and achievement. She only went to junior high school.
That's correct.
Your dad, how far did he go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade. What prevented them from going further in school?
The economy, the way things were back in the day, as my grandfather would say, my dad was sort of headstrong. And that was down in Greensboro, Alabama. And when you talk to Dad, Dad said, well, I didn't like picking cotton. So my dad became a bricklayer in Florida. And
he left Alabama and went to New Orleans.
New Orleans.
So his brother could teach him.
That's right. So his brother can teach him bricklaying. Then he I think he had several jobs in Florida, then here, because several buildings downtown. My dad, when the labor market allowed black men to participate in these kinds of careers, my dad was already prepared because Uncle Wilbur in Louisiana taught my dad how to become a bricklayer. In return now, keep in mind, Dad also taught us how to mix, scrape, place, measure, all of those kinds of things. So we had two kinds of educations, the book education over here and also the work and using our hands and brain kind of plumbing, carpentry, the basic things Dad taught us. He's the expert over here in that particular area.
One of the things that I want to add to that, first of all, my mother, she wasn't one of these, what you call stay-at-home mothers. She was hands-on, okay? And she was a people person. She knew all kind of people in all walks of life, from attorneys to the Stokes brothers to people who was in the Elks. She used to go to Elks conventions. I used to go with her. She used to drag me along just to introduce me to different black leaders. It was important to her that we see black people who were leaders. One of the people that I met was John O'Holly, who the post office is named after. He was instrumental in the unions in Cleveland. And I never forget, you know, we would go downtown with my mother. One of the treats, we would go downtown to the Forum, you know, that place to go back in the day and eat, Forum cafeteria, go down there to the F.W. Woolworth, to the, what you call it, soda fountain.
Right.
You know, back then, those were family things to do, you know. We didn't have computers and digital things to fool around with. Our parents wouldn't have that. They didn't even want us to sit home and watch TV. First thing they would say is, get out of this house up under me, okay? And they would have you would be into different, they would have you join different organizations. It wasn't about saying no, because you didn't have the choice to say no, first of all. My mother was, she made sure that I was in the Cub Scouts. She was my den mother, okay? And from the Cub Scouts, we went to the Boy Scouts. We went to the Explorer Scouts. And we were made, you know, we went to church. It wasn't no thing whether or not you wanted to go, you were going to church, because that's, you know, that's where our parents, my father was a member of Great Abbott Senior on 105th. My mother was a member of Second Mount Sinai Baptist Church.
75th.
My grandmother was one of the founding members of the church.
Right.
And Clayton was saying about how we were taught at an early age the importance of saving money. My sister was one of the people who helped work in the church credit union. Now that credit union is probably the largest black credit union in the United States. So, I mean, we were, you know, taught to achieve. And when I look back on a lot of things, at the time, we didn't understand it, okay? But now, when you look back, you see what your parents were doing and how they were bringing you up, okay? We were brought up, as Clayton said, we were brought up as gentlemen, okay? You know, we weren't, my sisters weren't allowed to go out of the house looking any kind of way. Not to indict people now, but some of these young girls that I see walking on, we wouldn't even, my parents wouldn't even let us out of the house looking like that, okay? And I know times have changed and social mores have changed, but, you know, people, you know, basically are the same. You know, you want what's best for your kids. You want a good life. You want to live in a safe place. You want your children to achieve. Okay, but back then the atmosphere in East Cleveland was different. It was all about the community, and the community saw to it that there was a structure for people to get help. For, you know, even if you were like my mother was, she was, you know, raising 7 kids by herself. But there was a support system in East Cleveland. The neighbors, when we moved on Carrion, you know, at the time, our neighbors, you know, they were people who were married. You know, there was a mother, there was a father. Neighbors talked to each other. If there was older people on the street, the parents would get together and make sure they had food. If there had to be something done to the house, the fathers and the men would get together and fix the house, paint the house. It wasn't about money. It was about people living together as a community. As Clayton mentioned, if one of our neighbors saw us doing something wrong, you know, they had leeway to tell us that we were doing wrong. And they would call our parents, and in this case, my mother, and tell her that we was doing wrong. So you got it from the neighbor, and you got it from when you got home. And in my case, I had 6 other people over me. So I got it from 6 people, and when my mother got home from work, well, she worked hard all day. She was working the shoe store. And she didn't want to hear nothing about me, you know, being in trouble and stuff. And it was the responsibility of all of the elder siblings to keep the younger siblings in line, right. Okay?
So your mother worked in a shoe store where? In Cleveland?
She worked in a shoe store in Cleveland.
Right.
Okay. What was Lawrence's shoe store?
Woodland, wasn't it?
55th and Woodland, somewhere down in that area.
Right.
And
you said your mom raised 7 kids by herself. So where was your dad at this point?
Well, my mother and my father divorced when my older sister was what? Gloria was what?
About 15.
And I was about a year old, okay? But even when they were divorced, we all still did things as a family, okay? If we had a holiday, my father was there. If we went out to the park, my father would usually take us. And everybody still, you know, we got together and communicated as a family. I mean, we did things family-wise.
Mom taught us that we only have one real father besides God, okay? She never instilled in us negative things about our dad. That is more prevalent today than it was yesterday, which creates a lot of dissension among families, siblings, and it affects our communities where we live.
And let me say one other point.
Go ahead.
Even though they were divorced, In the summertime, as Clayton mentioned, they would go to camp. My mother would send everybody down south. They would. It was like we were all still the same family, and this was my father's family down south in Greensboro. There was never a distinction that they were divorced.
Right.
And
you moved into East Cleveland? Were your parents together or separate?
Oh no,
Separated.
my mom and dad was divorced back in Cleveland. In Cleveland. When we moved in East Cleveland, when we say family, and we talking about mom, grandma, grandpa, Victoria Mallory, Sidney Mallory were our grandparents who assisted mom because by this time grandpa had passed away. So it was only mom and grandma because my mother come from a small family. So grandmama and mama got together and said, hey, we want something better. And that's when they moved in East Cleveland and bought the house at 1652 Carter. I would say that grandma had a lot of influence on me because grandma used to do domestic work. And I don't know if a lot of people know about a mingo, it was a machine that pressed clothes, sheets, pillowcases, curtains, and things like that. She taught me how to run it. Or you had a washing machine, but it's not like the washing machines that we have today. Had the two rollers where you had to put the things in and you had to turn the roller to squeeze the water out of the sheets and things like that. Then you had to change the water. So she taught me that. So again, not only did my dad teach me skills how to use my hands, my grandmother also, because they had to keep me busy. Because, as I indicated, I was the third oldest, but I was also the mischievous one. I stayed into something. And when grandmama get to braiding those switches, and some people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she would make you go and get the switches.
So we got to go break them. Don't bring them nothing small. She always liked the long one, about the length of her arm. And she gonna braid three of them together, sit there patiently, and you got to sit and watch. And when she get finished, she says, well, how many you think you need? So her favorite number was always 3. So with me being a con artist, I'm saying 1. So I got 4. But it taught me a lesson. In my mind, I'm still conniving, I'm still thinking, and I'm trying to figure a way out. Just like Tim talked about mom and grandma taking us after church down to the farm. I used to sit up in that farm and try to figure out how to sneak out without paying. That's how mischievous I was. The next thing I wanted to say, dealing with the credit union, we went from the banking at school, to when we went to church on Sunday, we had to go and put some money into the credit union. So I remember my sister, when she needed a loan, she got her first loan through the credit union that she helped help establish as a young lady. And when you sit back and look at those kinds of achievements, from that experience, my sister owns her own business, 5454 Broadway. My oldest brother owns his own real estate office and different pieces of property. Lewis Burroughs. Landis is an appraiser, licensed insurance agent in Washington, D.C. Joyce, special education, PhD. Celine, John Carroll, Case Western Reserve, master's in social work, social science.
Working on a doctor's.
And working on a doctorate. When she, and who did I miss? This guy right here. So he can tell you his certification, what he has, and a lot of times when he tell me, I'm just amazed myself And like I say to him all the time, Mom will be extremely proud of what you have accomplished because of what was established ahead. And when people look at the charisma that we have as brothers and sisters, this goes on all the time. You know, we're going to go back and tell our stories when we're coming up from kids, and we're going to make them bigger, juicier than they were before. And me being the exaggerator, the creator, so you know I'm always.
I always have to, he might embellish a little bit. I have to, you know, tell him the straight thing, you know.
I'm glad we got you here, Tim. We don't want too much embellishment. We want
That's right.
the truth, the truth with some flair. But.
Well, you know, one of the things that what Clayton was saying about our father. Now, our father was, he was a hard man to talk to, but he taught you lessons. He didn't say nothing to you. He just talked, just like you asked him to teach you something. He would say, well, you go over there and watch. Or he would put you down at the lowest part of the job. I want you to clean up, you know. My father he taught himself how to plaster. And I ain't talking about drywall, I'm talking about real plastering, mold. You don't have too many people that know how to plaster nowadays. He was a plasterer. He was an auto body specialist.
Right.
Everything he did well, okay? And my mother used to say, don't let nobody tell you what you can't do. You can do anything you put your mind to. Mm-hmm. I tell my kids that. They always talk about can't. They say can't. I say can't ain't never been able to do nothing. Okay? You change it to can.
That's right.
You can do anything you put your mind to. And when I was, people see that I can do things, and, you know, we laugh and joke. You know, I play ball, you know, and, you know, they think you're just a dumb jock. But I got all kind of papers that say I'm not. And one of the reasons that I have that is because it goes back to our parents and our upbringing. You are what you were taught. You know, if you never taught anything, you were not going to be anything.
You're going to be nothing.
They instilled this into us. And I mean, even now, Clayton asked me, well, what you doing now? Now, every time I get laid off, I go to school. First time I got laid off, graduated from computer school. Now, see, I was the guy at work that when the computer age rolled around, I would always delegate somebody else to do that. See, because I was in charge. See, I didn't want to fool around with the computer. I was more of a people person, you know. People. Let me tell you something about my background. First of all, I started at East Cleveland as a housing inspector in 1976. I was making minimum wage. I think I was making something like $4 or $5 an hour. Mm-hmm. Okay, I didn't know anything about inspecting a house, but because I was who I was, I made it a point to know everything about a house that I needed to know. I knew the housing code backwards, forward, sideways. Nobody knew it better than I did. We had older people in the office. I listened to them. I learned, you know, and I moved up in the department. So by the time that I left in 1999, not only was I the chief housing inspector, but I was a state certified interim class 3 building inspector, certified by the state of Ohio. When I left there, I didn't leave, you know, on my own. I was forced out. I was fired by someone who did not like the fact that I was honest. I'm gonna just put it that way. To show you how things, when you try to do what's right, what happens. God makes open up another door. I was offered a job making 2 or 3 times more than what I made at East Cleveland. I've been in that job off and on for the last 12 years, one of the best jobs I ever had in my life. When there wasn't nobody looking over me, I have responsibility. I make sure things are done properly and in order, okay? And like I say, when I get laid off, I go to school. The second time I got laid off, I went to photovoltaics. I went to learn how to install solar panels, okay? So I got that. The third time I got laid off, I learned how to become a building analyst, or a licensed building analyst. So, and this last time I got laid off, I found out that my former school had a scholarship program for athletes who didn't get, you know, their degree. So what happened, I contacted them, and I've been going to school there since last fall, okay? And I didn't go this summer because I didn't know until up until the very time that I was supposed to take the class that the scholarship didn't cover the summer school. And I thought that was kind of peculiar, but you know, each school have their own rules and stuff. So the reason why I was going back to school is because I never finished at Louisville. It wasn't so much that that I was messing up. It was just the fact that when I first went away to school, I was young and I didn't know what to expect. And you know, when you go to school, you have a little fun. Next thing you know, you're in a little trouble. So I had to straighten all that out. And by the time I left there, I was in good standing. And right now, I think I got a 4.0. I think I've had up to 12 hours. And they told me if I finished a certain amount of hours, I'd give a degree in workforce development. They give me what you call credit for your life experience. So that's one of the things, that's one of my goals. I always have a goal. You don't walk around like nothing's going on. You gotta have a goal, you know.
In the check and balance system.
He always calling me.
So you the check.
That's right.
He always calling me, well, what you doing? What about this project? What about that project? I have several projects, you know, but like I say, you're always learning. You don't never stop learning. And I have a passion for learning. Mm-hmm. I even tell my grandkids all the time, you know, you going to school, this is just the first part of it. This whole thing is a journey, you know. You always, you know, try to achieve and learn things because you're never going to know everything. Nobody knows everything. But the thing is that you always want to grow. You don't want to stay in the same place all the time.
That's the key.
When you all first moved on Colony, this is the question Brandon was asking too, I want to come back to. Can you tell us who lived on your block? Who lived on your street? What did it look like? Were you one of the first black families? Were you among many black families?
Well, Carrion, when we first moved there, was lily white. It was only...
We was like the third black family on the street.
Over streets were across the street, and...
the Pokes.
And the Pokes.
The Stewarts.
But they weren't on our street.
Yeah. Those were the black families, the Pokes and the Stewarts.
And Louis
and then
Overstreet.
there was the Howards.
Howards and Overstreet. So it was 5.
Yeah.
We were the 5th.
And
tell us about that. What was it like? Did you even notice it? I mean,
certainly we noticed it.
Yeah,
because we all walked to school together.
We grew up We all went to school. It wasn't no thing. I tell you what happened with me. I found out this later on when I became an adult. I had a teacher in the 4th, 5th grade of Roselle. Her name was Graydon, Miss Graydon.
Oh, that's great.
She was Eastern European woman, didn't take no snuff. She would slap the mess out of you, okay? I'd seen her slap people who got out of line, and it wasn't no thing. No parent ever got on her, and it didn't matter if you was white, black, or blue, you still got slapped if you got out of line. And I'm talking about things that you didn't have no business doing, you know. When I went to junior high school, one of my teachers, his name was Dr. Marley Loftus. This man taught math, okay? He also was an optometrist. He was my eye doctor, okay? And he was my homeroom teacher, and he saw to it that when I went to Shaw, that I was in his wife's class.
Yeah, that's right.
She was the head of the English department, Miss Loftus, okay? Then I found out when, you know, back in '71, they had the draft. You know, a lot of my classmates went to Vietnam. Some of them didn't come back. But I found out that Dr. Loftus was also on the Selective Service Commission. And I thought for sure, well, Clayton didn't go nowhere. Louis didn't go nowhere. Landis didn't go nowhere. I said, oh, shoot. I think I might be classified. Man, they made sure I was as classified as a student, and I didn't have to go. Because I had a scholarship to Louisville at the time. And, you know, I always look back on that. And I found out as an inspector that these people actually lived in East Cleveland. They lived in the community. They didn't live way out somewhere. Mr. and Mrs. Clayton had homes right there on Beresford. Is that Beresford? On the, yeah. And as a matter of fact, they had a rooming house, and they had 2 of them. And by the time I became an inspector, and I realized who they were, Mrs. Grayton had died, but Mr. Grayton was still there.
Right.
Okay, and he still owned those 2 homes. I was so surprised and shocked because, you know, these people you see every day, you thought they lived way out somewhere in here. They live right there in the community. You never even knew it. You know, and you know, it's like the people that you saw when you were coming up in your everyday life had a vested interest in the community too. You know, and they would steer us. You know, they wouldn't tell us that we couldn't do this and we couldn't be that. You know, they would tell us, hey, you go to college, I mean, you get a degree, you get you have your nice life. You know, they didn't tell us, well, you know, the only thing you can be is a janitor and stuff like that. No, the people were telling us, hey, you can be anything you want to be.
Right.
And these were not only black folks, these were white folks telling you this, okay? Right. There was no, you know, you had some racism, but the community was, you know, they didn't, I said they didn't turn their nose up at you because they were black. They embraced you, made you part of the community. Okay.
Well, the value system wasn't based on color.
No.
The value system was based on people. And earlier when we were talking, we talked about a community. You know, the old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, back in the day in East Cleveland, we had a complete village. Black, white, Hispanic, German people.
You had Hispanics in East Cleveland?
Yeah.
I'm sure we did.
Eastern European.
Eastern European.
Italians.
Italians. Everything wasn't peaches and cream. Now, you had pockets of people who did not want to see minority youngsters being successful. I had a counselor by the name of Mr. Campbell who told all of us who were athletes, you go to work at Ford Motor Company. Yeah, I went to work at Ford Motor Company. I worked there during the summers, saved my money so I can go on off to school and never look back. So you had to take negative situations and you got to turn them around into something positive so you can continue on your goal path to become an achiever. And to me, that's the real realities of life. And this is one of the ingredients that are missing with our young people today. They get so discouraged and they allow outside influences to overcome them that will lead them to another negative situation. The second thing is that young people are not truthful within themselves. You have to identify your problems and you have to work on not creating the or doing the same thing over and over. Because if you do, you're going to get the same old results. And that's the reason why our detention centers are overflowing, our jails are crowded with our young men, and now the population of our women are increasing with the penal institutions because, again, their emphasis is on materialistic kinds of things versus the real reality. The third thing is that parents, you cannot be your child's friend all the time. You have to be a parent. No means no. As they get older, you can begin to compromise based on their maturity level to handle different situations and different problems. How do we deal with this problem in a more complete manner? We need more parents standing up and being parents to their kids today and not giving in.
Well, you know, to add to that, you have parents nowadays, well, I'm all by myself. I can't do it all.
Tell me about it. Mom raised 7 kids.
That's a cop-out.
That's right.
Okay.
7 kids all by herself.
Like Clayton say, if you're a parent, you got to be the parent. I tell my kids all the time when they were coming up, they would tell me, you used to make us so mad. I said, well, that's part of being a parent. I'm not going to make you feel good all the time. Sometimes a parent got to make you feel bad so you think about what's right, you know. And I believed in discipline. I'm not talking about beating no child. But back in the day when we went to school, if you got out of line, you got something on your behind.
You got a squad.
I mean, it was, they would tell us about consequences, you know. For everything you do, there's a consequence. If there's a good thing you do, there's good things happen. Bad things you do, bad things happen. That's the way life was. That's the way it is, you know. And, you know, what you have to do with children nowadays, like Clayton was saying, you have to encourage them. Because a child's psyche is, I mean, it's so easy to destroy it, you know. You know, everything they see that somebody's going to be victorious all the time. No, you're not going to be victorious all the time. The thing is, if you get knocked down, you get back up and you keep trying. You know, most of the time, if you're victorious, you're going to have a good life, you know. But if you give up, you know, if you give up, you done lost the fight right there.
Right.
You can't give up on anything.
Right.
I'll tell you what happened to me that show you how good God is. There is a God, okay? Now, all my life, I played football. I played basketball. I ran track. I did that from elementary school to college. One day I was standing up, I was inspecting a house. I'd have been an inspector for over 30 years, and my legs started getting numb. And I kept going back and forth to the doctor. They couldn't tell me what was wrong. What's going on here, you know? So finally I went to a neurosurgeon, and they found out that I had a condition where my spinal cord was rubbing up against my spine. And I said, okay, what we do about this? Oh, we gotta have surgery. I said, surgery? What you talking about?
But what did it come from?
It came, look, it was exacerbated by me playing football. But the doctor told me, he said, Mr. Burroughs, if you had gotten hit the right way from behind, the right way, it would have been lights out for you. And all I could think about when this guy was telling me this, I think about the scripture that said, even while we were yet sinners, God commended his love toward us, okay? I mean, right then and there, I knew, you know, that I had been blessed. I knew my grandmother had been praying for me. My mother had been praying for me, okay? You never know what's going on, okay? So every day that I can do something and learn something is a blessing, okay? If I can, there's things that naturally that I can't do, you know, that I did 30 years ago. But, I mean, I could have went up for a jump shot, come down the wrong way and been dead, you know. So every day is not promised to you, okay? So I guess what I'm saying is that you have to live each day, you know, like it's your last day. You have to, you know, instill in people some values. I mean, I don't go and preach to folks, but you know, when I talk to young folks and things like that, I try to encourage them, because God knows that they can be easily discouraged and get in the wrong things. I always tell them, you know, you gotta, you know, you make choices. Always learn what the right choices are. And if you don't understand, go talk to somebody, talk to an adult. Don't talk to somebody, you know, you're not here by yourself, you know. And see, that's one of our problems as we don't have that sense of community anymore. And our young people, sometimes they don't know who to talk to and where to go to talk to, you know.
The we. We don't have that sense of community.
Right.
Who's the we?
The we is the people in the community. You know, like a lot of times we want to sit up in the house and we see a young child, you know, that might need something. You know, we try to help them. My wife and I, you know, we used to be in what they organization called Youth for Christ. One day, I'll tell you how it happened. One day, my sister-in-law, she was going to this club at Shaw. She graduated I think she graduated in 86, 89, something like that.
So you're still in East Cleveland at this point?
Yeah.
The story, okay.
And they had this club, she said it was like a Christian club, and they couldn't meet at the school because it was a Christian organization. And they had to, you know, they wanted to separate church and state. And that's another discussion. Christ is not in our schools. We used to pray in the schools. I mean, that's, like I say, that's another discussion. But anyway, one of I guess the guy who was running it, his name is Joe Abraham. He's a pastor of Scranton Road Baptist Church. On Scranton Road now. But then he was an organizer with Youth for Christ. Mm-hmm. And he said, I don't know if we can meet anymore because the school don't have no place for us to meet, or they couldn't meet. And then my sister-in-law said, well, my brother and sister, they live right across the street. I'm quite sure that they let us meet there. And sure enough, they started meeting there. I think they met there, you know, once a week, for like 4 or 5 years in a row. And one time I come home from work, I had 300 kids in my backyard. I'm going, oh my God. But anyway.
And where were you living at this time?
I was living in East Cleveland, right there, 155, I mean, what is my address? 15333 Richmond Place. I was, you know, they met there at least once a week. My wife and I, we volunteered, you know. To me, that was a sense of community, giving back, you know. And I see some of these kids now, some of them are ministers, some of them are teachers. They've achieved, and they always said, you know, I always enjoyed coming to your house, because they, you know, it's one thing to teach Christ, another thing to live it, see. Now,
I know both of you have talked about community and values,
mm-hmm.
and the tribe and the village. Can you go back and tell me more about being a kid and going to school? Because it seems like one of you said that you just went to school with the other black kids.
Well, in my case,
you have to remember East Cleveland was lily white. There was only 26 minorities in my graduating class.
mm-hmm.
And we always had an uphill battle to fight, because you had Italians, they were hot-tempered. You had Germans, you had Jews, you had other different races of individuals in East Cleveland City schools. For most part, the climate environment was extremely comfortable. You had a few hotheads, maybe 1 or 2%, like anywhere else, that always wanted to keep some habit going. But we were so organized that if somebody messed with one, we all came. See, they knew. because I was the leader. I took no mess. You bother one of my buddies, you know you're going to deal with me. Even though I was on the basketball team, football team, and I was the captain. I didn't take any mess.
Can you tell us about some of your fondest memories growing up in East Cleveland?
I think one of my fondest memories when I was graduating from the 9th and 10th grade, and we were struggling then, and we would sit down at the table and have our little powwow, and I told my mom, I wish I had me a nice sports jacket, pair of slacks to graduate in. Mom said, you know, we didn't have no money, so there was no expectations on my part. However, the day it was time for me to get up in the morning, Mom came in the room. I had a white shirt, I had a tie, I had a sport coat, and I had those slacks. You're talking about fondest memories. And when you had a mom that is sacrificing like that for you, then there's only one way up. And that was for me to continue to go. Because if I remember correct, my older sister started off at the old Finn College down at, it's known as Cleveland State today. Mm-hmm. She was the first to go off to college, but I was the first to complete college. And as I indicated earlier, my older sister got her skills at Bamberger's, where she is a seamstress right now today. She runs her own business. And alterations, I call myself, I'm coming over there, I got a couple pair of hands. You know, she doesn't do it for everybody. She still makes quilts today. She's involved with all kinds of youth organizations. This is the only example what Mom has and our father and grandparents instilled in us. Giving back. And when I look at the big picture, even as kids, we were always giving. That's the reason why I went into my career. Because my brother talked about what kids said, I can't. My kids had to wear a sign in school. I can and I will. I would write it on the board. I can and I will. We work first, we play second. That was our motto back in the day. Now you think about how many teachers had a motto back in the day. And like I said, I have young people whose lives that have been affected because of my training that I got, and always put my kids first. Because in my belief system, there is no failure. You only fail because you want to. It's just like as a coach, when kids come, oh, my coach cut me. And I'd be standing around listening to kids. You know, some coach didn't cut you. You think about it. You cut yourself. And why did you cut yourself? Because you did not want to focus on what was important. You wanted to do it your way. Last week, I was over speaking to the Shaw High football team. Same exact thing. Kid says, the coach tells him, you know, you're a senior and you're not running the drills. How could you be on the team and you got two freshmen outrunning you as seniors? If you were working hard as a senior, there's no way in the world no two freshmen who never played football is going to come in here and outrun me. But you're not working hard enough. And see, somebody need to get to him and say, son, in order for you to be an achiever, you have to work hard every day. Give you another example. I was just interviewed maybe 2 weeks ago by the Plain Dealer. They asked me a question about Daryl Talley. Like I said to the guy, he said, was Daryl that good? Yes.
Who's Daryl Talley?
Daryl Talley played for the Buffalo Bills and participated in 4 Super Bowls
All pro.
from East Cleveland, and an All-Pro at least 5, maybe 8 or 9 times out of the 16 years,
Outside linebacker.
right here in East Cleveland.
His parents still live.
His parents still lives in East Cleveland. And I told them that Daryl had a motor that was second to none. Daryl would give you a 10-yard spot and outrun you to that goal line. In football games, he will run you down. That's what seniors do. Those are the kinds of examples, because there was no failure in Daryl's vocabulary. The same philosophy that I've always had, that I always instilled into all of my students. That's the reason why I have the respect today, and they all refer to me as Mr. Burroughs.
Not everybody can make the team, right? Somebody got to get cut.
But a coach doesn't cut players.
Mm-hmm.
The players cut themselves.
So what if everybody's fabulous? Is everybody going to make the team?
Well, everybody's achievement levels are not at the same level. So therefore, that's where motivation comes in at. That's where your other coaches come in at. And when you see a kid that has some talent, you understand, my job is to motivate that kid. My job is to cultivate that kid. My job is to check when I give you a little letter and say, I expect for you to be in the house by 10:30 on nights before games. See, Mr. Burroughs is in his car, he coming to your house. See, there ain't none of this, I'm sitting somewhere else as a coach. See, and the kids will tell you that I coach, Mr. Burroughs will be sitting in front of your house. And I said, you don't want me to call you out at a team meeting and tell you I was at your house last night and you wasn't there. And when you saw me, you tried to ease around to the back door. And guess who's not dressing today? Oh, you only had to do it once or twice. Send the message. And once the message has been established, then the procedures can be followed. And that's what leads to winning. Consistency. Being focused on what's important and accepting responsibilities and not making excuses for yourself that somebody else cut me. No.
That's good. But that kind of sounds a little different than what you seemed to be saying earlier when you said that your coaches tell you go work at Ford.
I didn't say coach. I said counselor.
Counselor.
Mm-hmm. I didn't say coaches.
Counselor.
My coaches always encouraged me to be an achiever. They told me I was a natural leader. They knew I was going to college somewhere.
Let me.
And they encouraged me to go to college. Even when I was in college, you see, I was sort of like a walk-on because of my size. I went down to the University of Miami to give you an example. The football coach looked at me right away and said, on film, you look like you about 6'1", but you too small for our program. I looked at him and said, good, I don't want to come here no way because your attitude, you didn't put an X next to me as soon as I walked in the door. So I wound up going down to Wilberforce using my other talents that I had, and that was being able to play basketball. So God give you different talents. So I had 2 talents going for me. I was an academic achiever, vice president of the student body, captain of the basketball team, and I won't tell you the other things that I was doing.
But that's also an example, the story you tell though, and I know Tim wants to get in here, but the story you tell is also an example about how there are people who will not allow you on the team. There are people who will say you are not good enough if you are. Mm-hmm. There are people who will try to prevent you and will prevent you from actually achieving, right? So
that is true.
How do you translate that into the life lesson when we're talking about, you know, issues of justice and inequality and race and racism as it's affected the African American community, right?
That's where your maturity level comes in at. I think you have to learn how to deal with different situations, being able to have the foresight, and also having a good foundation. See, if I had a weak foundation and not being encouraged and getting the wrong advice, I don't think that I would have been successful. But I had a foundation. I had other people that were encouraging me to be successful. I don't think mom ever told us.
What's your mom's name?
Clara. Clara Sherrod Burroughs. And she was there. I had brothers and sisters, you know, because I told him when he was in junior high, I said, I'll be back to coach you one day. He thought I was kidding. I see why he started off saying he was trying to run. He can't run because I was the fastest thing in the house.
How did sports get to be such a big part of your childhood?
Well, we were, you know, like I said, back in the day, the only way we were going to get to school because we knew our parents didn't have the money. And, you know, we didn't know anything about what you call financial aid, stuff like that. So what we would do, we would either try to get to school on academics, you know, or we try to get to school through sports. In our case, all of us were good in sports, and we were good with the books too, because
Played
we
house.
we
Played
couldn't
school.
even if we couldn't, you know, we couldn't play any sports if we couldn't get into schools, you know, because you know they didn't just give you a scholarship. Right. You had to actually be what you call able to get into the school. You know, we had to take the SAT, the ACT, all of that. You know, we started taking those tests when we were sophomores in high school, and we was encouraged to achieve every year, so that you know when the school came around, you couldn't say, well, I can't get in because I couldn't, you know, meet the mark. You know, they saw to it that we met the mark. Not only our parents, but our teachers and our counselors. You know, we were in programs called college prep. When I went to Louisville, I didn't even have to take English lab. Everybody in the place had to take an English lab. They looked at me, what school did you go to?
100.
I didn't have to take none of that stuff because we were so far advanced.
From East Cleveland schools.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of education that we received back in the day.
You know, a lot of...
We didn't play second fiddle. We were competitive. And like I said, I was able to fall back on other talents. I wouldn't allow anybody to turn me around and say, you can't do this. But one other thing I want to make sure that it's clear. When we go back to Mom, not only was she in the Elks, my grandmother was in the Elks. She was the daughter of, what they call dollar rulers? Daughters of whatever. Yeah. Mom and Grandmama were part of them. But we traveled. We were exposed. We were exposed to different colleges back in the day because your Boy Scouts camps were on those college campuses when you went, or we were near. So we heard the word college. We had other family members who had gone to college. And like I said, my older sister really set the tone for our family. And Mom always said, once you get there, you have to figure out a way to stay. The other little saying she would say, if you make your bed hard, you the one that have to lay in it.
You make your bed, you gotta lie in it.
Third thing, if you ever go to jail, I'm not coming to bring you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Mom was only about 4'9". She meant it. I'm gonna cite another example. Somebody in the family and their buddies went out, and Mom told them to be in the house by 12 o'clock. and that individual who attended the University of Louisville was smelling his upper lip, and he walked in my mom's house, and he got cracked upside his head, and he come calling me, can he come stay with me? The answer was no, because if the answer was yes, then mom was gonna crack me too. That wasn't gonna happen. If my sister Celine was here, she and her husband been married now for 28 years. They were college students. Michael brought Celine in that house. After the time the mom told him to have her home, she read him the riot act. And like I said, they've been married for 28 years. Because she cracked Michael.
And she left that night, I believe.
We don't know the full story because I wasn't there, but I know one thing.
I was there. I knew what happened. Because I tried to get her to come back. She was too mad.
Who's that, Mom?
Lean.
Oh.
Mama, she was gone that night.
Well, anyway,
okay.
Yeah. But
like you say, my mother didn't take no stuff.
But to answer your question, there is no one answer. There's a variety of answers. There are a variety of situations that can be totally different in achieving. And there has to be things in your life that are instilled in you to build an inner strength to want to be successful. And we got it from my mom.
How did you get from Ford to becoming a school teacher?
Well, I worked at Ford during the summer months to raise money, to go to school.
Okay.
See, because again, I told you I love to dress. Mom taught us to read a lot. I came home one summer and we were reading the Plain Dealer, and they misprinted in the paper the price of a car at Bass Chevrolet. They had a 1968 Cougar. Mom took me out there. The guy says, well, you know, that price is wrong in the paper. Mom said, that's your own mistake. You must sell this car to me at that price that was quoted in the paper. So I was able to go back to school in a 1968 Cougar, vice president of the student body, captain of the basketball team, sons of Wilberforce, and smooth as ever. Smooth as ever.
You know, you guys were asking about some of your memories, you know. I remember growing up on Collier, some of my fondest memories was, you know, the interaction between neighbors and, you know, the different families that we knew. And I remember we used to live next door to the Websters. And I used to play, I think it was Michael was the younger son. We used to be in the driveway. And, you know, you'd be playing around, you'd be batting the ball. And I used to just break Mr. Webster's basement window. I must have broke that window about 50 times. And he never got upset. He just laughed and just replaced it anyway. And that, you know, and even when I became a housing inspector and I used to inspect homes on that street, you know, they would always call me Timmy, because I was always the youngest. And I had to inspect Mr. Webster's house, and he said, come on in here, Timmy. And he said, boy, you want to break one of my windows? I said, no, Mr. Webster, I don't want to break one of your windows. But by then, he was an old man. But, you know, he still remembered, you know, way back in the 60s. And here I was coming to his house in the 90s, things like that. And, you know, Clayton, when he went to Shaw, things were, you know, pretty much the same. But when I entered Shaw was, I would say it was about 55% black. By the time I graduated in 1971, it was 88% black. Okay, I was in the first class, one of the first people to have black history, okay, because then we were becoming aware of our history and our heritage and stuff like that. And it was one of the things that the parents wanted was black history. So we had black history. And I learned a whole bunch of, things about black history, One of my fondest memories at Shaw was the fact that on Friday nights, when you was on the football team, you didn't go home. You made sure you went to the Corb Lounge, you saw film, you had a pre-game meal. Steak, potato, and toast with honey.
That's true.
And I would always look forward to them pre-game meals. Boy, I'd be ready for them.
Now keep in mind, that was right after school. You didn't go home.
You didn't go home.
You went to classrooms first.
Yep.
We went over every tendency that the other football teams had. I knew their running backs. I knew their line blocking better than they did.
And what I wanted to say, we had a distinction in the class of football team at Shaw High, in the class of 1971.
You won?
Uh-huh.
Keep going.
Okay, we're the only high school team that was rated #1 by the Cleveland Press in the Cleveland Plain Dealer. That will never happen because the press is defunct. So I remind Clayton of that all the time. We was undefeated.
But that can be documented in the archives of the old Cleveland Press because they had that on microfiche. Also,
and what I wanted to say,
back in the day, everything that he is saying about the football program can be documented by the Plain Dealer or the Cleveland Press.
What I wanted to say, we were so tough that they tried to put us out of the league. They said that we played football too rough.
Yeah.
Undefeated. 9-0 in the LEL. The only game we lost was to Beaver Falls, Joe Namath High School. And when I went to Louisville, I had to listen to that for 4 years because they had 2 guys there from that high school.
It was Garfield and somebody else coming together. Is that Garfield you all played that night? Yeah.
No, we were.
How you talked about 55% to what was it, 88%?
Yeah, the demographics changed so fast.
Can you talk about the demographics changing?
Well,
how the city changed
Well,
over time?
let me talk about the white flight.
Let me tell you.
Let me talk about the white flight, or you gonna talk about it?
I'm gonna talk about it
Right,
because I was in the midst of it.
That's right.
When we moved in East Cleveland at 1356, it was at 1652 Collier.
Right.
Okay. We were like the 5th black family. We moved in East Cleveland twice, I believe. We
went from 1652 Carrion to
1739
Lakefront, and then we moved over on Elm.
Yeah, that was what happened was we had to move from that house. We lived there from the time that I went to Kirk. I think we moved there for like 4 or 5 years, okay? Then after that, at that time, when we moved on Lakefront, East Cleveland was starting to see what they call white flight. A lot of people started selling their homes. The real estates were doing blockbuster and stuff like that. Even then, East Cleveland was still what they call one of the upward mobility places to go. East Cleveland, back in the day when we first moved there, I tell you what happened. When I was going to Roselle, the crossing guards were policemen. Okay, they were policemen. Okay, they weren't regular people. And I'll never forget this one policeman. He was the crossing guard at Superior and I think that was Lockwood or North Lockwood. That man knew everybody's name, first name by heart. I'm talking about every child. And he knew your parents. That's what I'm saying, that it was a community. This man knew your parents, he knew you. He could tell you what time you came across the street in the morning. I'm telling you, you had policemen patrolling East Cleveland. You didn't even have to call them. If there was trouble, they was on routine patrol. You would see a policeman every 10 minutes. They used to come and get your garbage from the backyard. They used to pick up garbage twice a week. East Cleveland was one of the cleanest communities you ever want to see. They didn't take no stuff. If you came through East Cleveland and you were speeding, you were gonna get a ticket. It wasn't nothing about no camera. The policemen were already there. You were gonna get a ticket. People used to go around East Cleveland because Judge Adams was so tough. Judge Adams, I guess, had been on the bench for like 30 or 40 years. You think he was asleep? He could tell you everything that happened in the courtroom.
And he lived in East Cleveland.
And he didn't play. You know, he threw the book at you. And it wasn't no black, white thing. It didn't matter what color you were. You speeding, you getting a ticket. East Cleveland was one of the best communities in Ohio at the time. We had some of the first thing the shopping center was the first mall shopping center of its kind in the nation. Huron Road Hospital had been moved from downtown to a site in East Cleveland. It used to be on Huron Road. Okay. There was a lot of things East Cleveland had going that attracted people. And when black folks began to get, you know, those good jobs, because East Cleveland was a manufacturing base, people would get good jobs, Chevrolet, Ford, you know, they wanted a nice house. So the first thing they did, they come to East Cleveland, bought them a nice house, you know. And back in the beginning in the early 70s, like I said, Blockbuster and Steering, white people started moving out in droves. Black people came in. There were still black people who came in and bought their homes and lived in them. It wasn't until somewhere around the middle 80s that people started coming in that were renters, okay? What happened, we got so many renters here that they got to the point where they didn't really care about the property. And the people who, you know, owned the property, it was just income to them. You know, I like to tell the story that when one year Clayton was teaching, he was teaching at the Chambers, and they had this program. where all of, they took all of the boys who, you know, were turned bad or had some kind of discipline problem, and they put them in Clayton's class. And he straightened up all of them. And the reason why he straightened them up, because he used the same things that our parents had taught us. Same thing. And I used to inspect those homes. I was the inspector in East Cleveland for 23 years. And they would say, "What's your name?" "Burroughs." I said, "Yeah." "You and the kid, Mr. Burroughs?" I said, "Which Mr. Burroughs?" You know, because I had 3 other brothers. "You know, the teacher, the one that teach up there at Chambers." I said, "Yeah, that's my brother, Dr. Clayton." And they say, "Boy, ever since my son was in his class, he's straightened up. That boy is straight as an arrow now. He don't do nothing wrong." Even now, when I go someplace, I hear that all the time. And I say, "Well, he ain't do nothing but teach us the way my mother taught us, you know." And even the kids, they grown now. They in their 30s and 40s. "Man, I was in your brother's class. Boy, he straightened me out." I said, "Well, did you need it?" "Yeah, I needed it." I said, "Well, there you go," you know. So, I mean, that makes me feel proud because I know, you know, that he didn't get that on his own. He got that from my mama. I know where he got it from.
Tell them what happened in Alabama.
Oh, man, wait a minute. We 2,000 miles from home. We going, what they call homecoming.
Yeah.
And
Down in Tuscaloosa.
we stopped in Greensboro, which is really small town. Show you how progressive it is now. The mayor is black, the coroner is black, but back in the day, you know, my grandfather, he was like the patriarch. He would go to town and get things done for the black people. As a matter of fact, the interstate ends at where his house stood, and they named the street Caleb Burroughs Way. So anyway, we in there, all of a sudden we hear, Burroughs. I'm looking, Clayton looking. And here's one of the guys that went to school with me. He works in Greensboro 6 months out of the year. He's some kind of contract painter. He paints down there during the winter here, then he comes back home. But I said, "Dang, man, we can't go nowhere, nobody know us." And my mother was the same way. If you got it, and back in the day, we didn't have a car. We had to ride the bus, rapid. But you'd hate to go anywhere with my mama because she'd get on the bus. She knew the bus driver. She knew half the people that was on the bus. And when you got downtown, she knew all the people who were downtown, especially if we went to the West Side Market.
Right.
And show you what kind of person she was. When she died, she had proclamations from the mayor of the city of Cleveland, the Elks. Now, we're talking about the black Elks. As my mother would say, the Improved Benevolent Protective Order of the Elks of the World, IBPOW. She taught me all that because I used to go to all the conventions with her because by me being the youngest, she would drag me all over the place. I went to New York, Washington, D.C. I was always going somewhere. So anyway, the point being that for a person who had a 9th grade education, she was known by doctors, lawyers. John Bustamante was one of her lawyers, and he used to own the Calling Post. I mean, it was phenomenal, the amount of people that she knew.
renters. I mean, some of them take care of their property, they didn't take care of the property. Where were the landlords?
Most of the landowners,
Communities where
most of the landowners would live out in the more what they call affluent communities now. Shaker Heights, Garfield, Euclid.
were they taking care of their property?
Miller.
No,
Miller.
it was all about money.
Right.
And you know, the renters, they just rented there. They didn't really care.
Right.
And then East Cleveland got ravaged by that mortgage.
Right. Black line, was it red line?
Mortgage, red line, mortgage, whatever you want. And now it's a shell of what it was. I went down Strathmore. I'm talking about Strathmore from Hayden to Euclid. I think I must have counted 81 homes, 81 vacant houses on one street. And when I was an inspector, you know, we had, you know, we had compliance things, but a city can't keep up with that. 81 vacant homes on one street, and if you drive through East Cleveland now, it's just sad.
It is sad. Are there any other things you could think of that may have contributed to East Cleveland as it is today versus?
Well, one of the things is that East Cleveland lost its what you call
accreditation.
No, it lost its tax base.
Oh yeah.
Homeowners pay taxes. Okay. When we were coming up, GE, the largest light company in the world, paid a lot of taxes to East Cleveland. They downsized. They lost a lot of money then. Okay. East Cleveland used to have its own refuge, you know, places where they could take their own garbage, and they used to, you know, get fees from royalties from other communities bringing their garbage. They lost that, okay? Then the demographics changed where you had people in the community who basically was on some type of aid. Okay, there wasn't a whole lot of income being generated, you know. And if you're on some kind of aid, if you're on ADC, if you're on disability or, you know, some kind of government assistance. Right. So you know that let's face it, you know, you're not getting a whole bunch of revenue. You're not having new businesses come in. We used to have airplane manufacturers over there on Coit. There was an airplane factory over there. We used to have, you know, small businesses. We had car dealerships. We had C. Miller right there on Euclid.
Funeral homes.
You know, funeral homes. I mean, some of these businesses just started leaving, and nothing was brought back in their place. You know, if we had little small, we don't have to have great big businesses, but if we have small businesses that want to come in and, you know, something to generate some type of income that comes to the city. My brother Lewis, when he was community development director for a while, he was working on what they call a business incubator, okay? I don't know what happened. Some of the programs that we used to run in East Cleveland to benefit folks never got ran to the point where the people received what they were supposed to. And I'm not going to say or point any names or anything, but people used to think they didn't have money. They had money, but they, somehow or another, they just couldn't put it together where they used it. And, you know, if you get money from the government, if you don't use it, it goes back. You know, you have money for 2-3 years. What about this program? What about that program? And one of the problems was I think the people didn't know. Back in the day, we had a newspaper that told you about different things in the community if you needed help, whether it was social, whether it was economics, you know. There was a structure there in place. Now I noticed that now they have a TV program, you know, and they show different things about the community and the government and stuff like that. That's all fine and well. But what they need to do is, if there's funds available for people to get help, they need to bring them people on, tell them about the program, what they need to do to qualify, where they need to go. You know, it's nice to be political, but let's face it, East Cleveland is only 3.3 square miles. How can you be political for 3 miles? I mean, come on, man, I don't care.
What role do you think politics has played?
You know.
What role do you think politics has played in the stability or instability of your city?
Well, when they kept changing the form of government, we went from commissioner to, what was it, mayor? Then we went to city manager. We had city managers. Then we had, now we have council and mayor. You know, they all got to get on the same page. Some of the ideas, you know, there's nothing wrong with young people being involved in the community, bringing fresh ideas, you know. You need people who have been in politics that can mentor them, or they need to go out and find out what's going on. Just like they tore Huron Road down. I said, well, hey, why don't they take part of it and make it a new city hall? You know, you got, you want to cite people for their homes, you walk in City Hall, you see 15 different violations. Come on now. The service department, you know, it's a hazard. I bet you Mr. Brancatelli, he'd probably having all kind of fits about that building. I mean, you guys are talking about you don't have enough policemen. Forget that, float some bonds, get some money, fix something, do something. I mean, you know, you can't always look for a handout, you know. You know, sometimes you got to pull yourself up by the bootstrap, okay? And I think that mentality has been here too long.
You think East Cleveland has some bootstraps right now?
Well,
they have bootstraps?
They got bootstraps, you know.
Based on your discussion of tax base fleeing? Well,
based on they can come up with innovative ways to do things, okay? Like I say, you know, I had some ideas when I was working there, but, you know, the powers that be, they didn't think they was viable.
Are you still living in East Cleveland now?
I've been living in East Cleveland all my life.
You still there?
Yes, I do.
Why'd you stay?
Why I'm staying?
Why didn't you flee?
Well, at the time that I worked for him, I wanted to be part of, you know, the team that bought it back. I still live in East Cleveland, I guess because I'm comfortable there, you know. My wife likes it. I didn't raise kids here. You know, I mean, where else am I gonna go? You know, I've been here since I've been in the 3rd grade. You know, I mean, this is my community. You know, and even if you go somewhere, your roots are still here. Clayton, I see him in East Cleveland, I see him where he lives. So I mean, you know, he come back. Buddy Schultz asked him to serve, you know, on the Little League board. You know, y'all know who Buddy Schultz is? When East Cleveland Shaw High won, the state championship in 1968, Buddy Schultz is the only high school boy to pitch 2 shutouts in one day. Right. I think he was in the St. Louis Cardinals organization.
That's correct.
Not only was he a pitcher, he also was a quarterback of the football team. Mm-hmm. You talking about somebody with an arm, he'll knock you down with a football. Mm-hmm. He could throw a baseball like it wasn't nothing.
Right. To add to that, Shaw High School was probably one of the only high schools in the state of Ohio that had 2 state champion teams. I think one was in the 50s and another one in 1968. So there's a lot of history, untold history at Shaw High School. My brother mentioned a football team, 9-0-1. All that's part of the history that our kids today currently don't know. They don't know about the success of those individuals who either started here in the East Cleveland City Schools or who matriculated on to other careers. We have graduates all over this world that are successful, as I indicated earlier. There is no history. There is no Hall of Fame at Shaw High School. There are many records that our kids are not even aware of, that they need to be aware of. And maybe this may help change their attitudes. I look at the success currently of the Shaw Band. Dyshawn Wilson, who was the band director, I can recall when he was in the 4th grade, when the band was practicing at Shaw High School. Every day he would be out there running or mimicking the drummers. Mm-hmm. As you know, he graduated from Shaw, went on to Central State, and he's been the band director. He's brought notoriety to the city of East Cleveland. To me, he's the only person that I've known over the last 10 or 15 years who has marketed the district with kids. I am proud to say that I am his mentor. But I look at the big picture. I look at all the youngsters who have gone through the program, and I look at their success. And he has used the same formula that I was taught how to use. And my mom always told me, if it ain't broke, why you need to tamper with it or try and fix it? If it's working, then you continue to use it. But you have different tendencies that keeps it going. We're not going to use the same everything. Tendencies change, and that's the reason why you need to mentor young people so they can help change those tendencies. And I'm sure that he's mentoring other young people. So in the next 10 years, so when we begin to look at the Shaw Band, but we also look at that academic piece. Because when you go up there in that high school and you want to know the kids who are most disciplined, it's your Shaw Band. And the most academic, it's your Shaw Band.
How has that changed over the years?
How has the band changed from Mr.
How has just academics changed? I know you've been in teaching for a while.
But I was going to try to expound on that.
Please.
In 1971, when I graduated from Shaw, the football team, as well as the basketball team, I would say all of the seniors had scholarships somewhere. We had people that had scholarships to Michigan, Wyoming, Louisville, Holy Cross. And I ain't talking about little small, you know, mom and pop schools. It's, you know, I'm talking about established schools, Big Ten, Pac-8, Missouri Valley, the MAC. Like I said, we were encouraged to achieve. We were encouraged to take the ACT and SAT. Not only that, the people we went to school with achieved. There were people that was the head of the Peace Corps that I went to high school with. And it wasn't just black folks, it was the white kids too. That's the type of climate that we had. When I walk in Shaw High School, I don't get that feeling. And I look at some of the curriculum, and I'm not a curriculum specialist or anything, but you know, I see people in a computer class for 4 hours doing number videos and trying to figure out how to make a video. I mean, that's all in good, you know, but
well,
how's that gonna get you into college?
I'm on a different with my brother here. It's not the curriculum.
Well, it's got to be something.
It's not the curriculum. It's your climate. It's your climate and your expectations.
Well, that's what I say. When I walk in, you don't get the feel of the expectation.
You don't have to explain it. The expectations is pull your pants up. Okay, that should not be an expectation. The expectation should be on building brain power. Pull the brain up. Instill in our kids the best way to learn is to use the gift that God has given you, and that's that brain. That's that work ethic. That you need to work hard at what you do. That's being focused. That's going back to being that base that you need of support. All of these ingredients is what differentiate a kid being successful versus a child that's not being successful. That's the reason why I use the Shaw Band as an example. Our curriculums across the state are basically the same. It's how we implement. When we have, do we have advanced trigonometry classes? Do we encourage our kids to take all those advanced courses? When Brandon was in school, they were there. He took them. When I was there, we had to take them. But when you have a breakdown in your expectations, then that contributes to low expectations on the kid's part. I think that's what has happened. The second thing to that is TQM, total quality teachers. You have to look for quality people to come into your districts to teach our kids. You cannot continue to use East Cleveland as a stepping stone because you're in a white blouse, a black or blue skirt, and you come in for 1 or 2 years and get your experience, and then you have gone to the suburbs. TQM, total quality teachers, means that a district has to work hard to keep their good top teachers motivated, because that's what kids achieve at. It's through the motivation that comes from those quality people that they bring in. And I think everybody get that point. I think the third thing to that piece is that how well do you encourage instead of using the old adage, these kids don't want to learn. All of our kids want to learn, as my brother alluded to earlier. All kids want to learn. The question is, how do they learn? Everyone learns totally different. So if you got a top quality teacher, then they recognize that. So you develop those individualized learning pockets or portfolios that our kids need, so we can make reference back using the data from those portfolios. So if each of us have a portfolio, if Brandon is weak in math, then I know over a period of time using data what Brandon needs to focus on. If Brandon hasn't taken that SAT or ACT by the time he's in the 9th grade, then I got to go back to that portfolio and say, Brandon, it's time for us to get your parents in here. We need to talk about taking the SAT, ACT. Not talking about a C or D, because all that's judgmental anyway, because how you make a test. Most teachers make a test to trick kids or to fail kids. That's the bottom line. As a teacher, I never tested my kids. I gave you work to do. If I know that if you're weak in this area over here of algebra and regrouping, that's what I'm going to work you in. I already know you know your multiplications. I already know you know how to add, subtract, and divide. Why do I need you give you 50 or 25 problems on a test? And then I sit down there and I grade that test. We know 25%, 1/4. So if you miss 12 or 13 problems, that's 50%. So what does 50% mean on the scale? You already failed. See, kids got to win on tests. So you teach to their skill level, to what they know. You build upon those weaker areas. Because if I can improve your weaker areas, then I'm going to improve you in the long run. So when you get to the 11th and 12th grade and you've taken the ACT or the SAT 2 or 3 times, by the time I get to the 12th grade, my confidence has been built up that I know that I can be successful. So again, it's not the curriculum. Curriculum across the state, across the country, basically I don't care where you go. It's the environment. It's the folks that is part of that environment and their expectations. And like I said before, and I will repeat it till I leave this earth, as a teacher, you have to have high expectation for every kid, and you must take ownership of your kids from the time that they enter your classroom.
That's good. I wanted to talk about race and the impact of that. How would you say race and racism has impacted you personally, and how has it affected the city of East Cleveland?
Well, let me answer that by saying we dealt with racism down in Greensboro, Alabama, okay, at a young age. When we recognized that when we would go down with our dad in this old 59 Chrysler, he had to have his shotgun in the car, back seat, and I think he had one in the front seat. When we had to go to around the back to the water fountain or to the bathroom where the sign says whites only, and you couldn't use anything. The experiences that we experienced as youngsters allowed us to deal with the racism that we had in East Cleveland. My mom used to say, sticks and stones.
This is the last call for library services. Please prepare to leave while there is still time to check out materials.
Okay.
The next announcement in 15 minutes, all library services will be closed. At that time, there will be no further desk transactions with library staff. There is no 24/7 service tonight. Everyone is prepared to leave within the next.
Mom said, sticks and stones will break break your bone, but words never hurt you.
Words never hurt
So if somebody called you out of your name, you let it roll on off and you keep on going. You keep on going, as long as they don't put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, then you got a war.
So we are, we're gonna need part 2. We need to bring you two back together, and we got through half our questions. Yeah, we only got through half, because your stories are so rich. So, if we can, we're about to turn the camera off and pack things up, and then if we can figure out with you all when we can get back together again, so we can finish up.
As long as you do it before August 22nd, because we're going, we rolling.
Okay.
We out of here.
And then after August 22nd, how long you gone and when are you back?
If you don't get me in August, you won't get me again, because, I work for the state, honey.
Okay.
So I think my meeting is
I might have to work around this schedule because
August 19th.
I'll be going back to work in September.
Okay.
And
Let's get it wrapped up.
I'll probably be
Next week.
in school. I gotta call my counselor and find out when the school goes.
Next 2 weeks?
Next week, same time, same
Yeah,
station.
Brandon can be here to do the interview. I will be out of the country, but Brandon will be
You
here.
going out of the country?
Yeah, I'm going
What
to
country you going to?
I'm going to Australia.
You got
So-
your own.
Yeah,
Oh,
well-
you going down under?
Can you pack me up with you? Huh?
Here we are at the Burroughs residence. Today's date is August 7th, 2012. We're back with take 2, part 2, Social Justice Institute Oral Life Narrative with Clayton and Tim Burroughs. And we'd like to pick up where we left off last time, gentlemen. We're talking about race and racism. How has race and racism impacted you personally?
When I think about growing up in East Cleveland, we really didn't have too many instances of that. Our mother taught us at an early age, that some people are gonna like you, some people are not gonna like you, and that was their problem and not yours. And most of the time she would tell us, you just go on about your business, just ignore people like that, And as we grew up, I should say as I grew up, I found out that you had your bad people in every bunch, We were exposed to many different cultures, We had different cultures at school, we had different races. At our churches, we had different races where we went, if we went to camp or something like that, there was always different races. We never were in a position where we went to some place like it was all black. We always went to places where all people were. If we went on vacation, everybody would get together and we'd go to Niagara Falls or Canada, someplace like that. We were exposed to a lot of different cultures and everything, but as far as racism, we knew what it was, and we dealt with it and we moved on.
Growing up in the 60s, right? 70s. Okay. I can recall from the last meeting when you were saying how your parents had you guys so grounded in values and beliefs throughout the household. But thinking back to those days, I would have thought that you would have maybe experienced or seen more racism than that.
Well,
okay, go ahead, Clay.
as we were coming up, and when you have been exposed to a great deal of things as young people, as I stated earlier, my dad had a business. We were exposed to the culture of the community where he had his business. So he dealt with white and black. And also you have to understand the makeup. It's not like it was today. When we grew up in the city of Cleveland, 10311 North Boulevard, during that time, it was a lot of Jews, Italians in the neighborhood. Same thing in East Cleveland when we moved to East Cleveland. Back in the day, I would say it was when we moved in East Cleveland, had to be at least 95% or more of white races of people. We had to live among those people. And Mom always taught us, treat people the way they treat you. Respect all people. If they don't bother you, you don't bother them. But we were always prepared in the event that they did bother us. We thought that as youngsters, that if we had our little sticks and our rocks hid up under the bridge, we can get to that and we could have a little battle. It was almost like a G.I. Joe train of thinking. You had your little army, they had their little army. If they chase us to an X point, then we were prepared for them at that point. But we had very little of that. As I can recall back in the days at Shaw High School, where students are engaged in a lot of activity, negative activity. Maybe in a year at Shaw, if there were 4 or 5 incidents of fighting among black and white, or white on white, it was limited. Back in the day, our focus was on learning, growing up to become somebody. And you will find out in most households, this is what their parents talked about, becoming somebody, going to college, understanding the value of getting a good education. The climate was a comfortable climate for us to exist in. We were there for a purpose. White folks treated us average. Some went out of the way to extend an extra hand to help you out. I do know that we were in an engaging community where people rallied around to help families. East Cleveland was the first community where I recognized that white people were poor and that they had, everybody in the community would come together to work with those individuals. How do I know that? Because my mom was involved with the churches in East Cleveland. She was involved with voters registration. She was engaged in the school. As I said, she was the first black booster parent. My younger sister was the first black May Queen. And in order for her to win that, she had to have support of her colleagues that she went to school with. And on her committee, I remember coming home, there were black and white girls in the living room working on projects, prompts, and things like that for the May Queen ceremony.
I think that's fascinating because I know the two of you and your whole family were pretty entrenched in sports coming through East Cleveland. So thinking about sports and some of the movies or some of the tales you may hear about those days throughout the country in sports. Maybe you saw some racism or something with a teammate or classmate or friend.
Well, certainly, many people don't understand. There was a movie theater on Hayden. And we used to go there, and you had some of the white kids, the white boys who thought they were tough, drinking their little beer, and then they would holler something out But again, as long as they didn't put their hands on us, words don't hurt you. Sticks and our mom used to say, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words don't hurt you. So we learned to go about our business. We were a close group. We walked home together as a group, and we knew that wasn't nobody gonna bother us. Like I said, we had some cases, but not a lot of major cases. Being an athlete, if somebody on another team wanted to get involved or jump on one of our players, hey, everybody came to us aid. Black, white, blue, green, purple. You're a team. And that's the way that I think that we were taught to look out for each other on our team. We were teammates. In the classrooms, we were competitive. If our teammates were having some problems, we would sit down and we would work together. You know, if there was a strength in math, we worked together as a team to help that person. It didn't matter about color. We were all part of a team. And when I sit here and look at this basketball picture, I think I was in the 8th or 9th grade at Kirk Middle School. 3 or 4 blacks, and all the rest out of 15 is white. So you had to congregate and resolve problems together as a team in order for you to go out on the floor and represent your school.
That's pretty good. Let me ask a question. Let me put it to you this way, because it sounds like you had a strong family upbringing, values, morals.
Yes.
And it translated into a lot of your friends that you spent most of your time with. And it carried over into your sports and your act. So where you went, in the circles you traveled, you had that. Now, throughout East Cleveland, and knowing that everyone didn't come up with the values, principles that you were raised with,
Mm-hmm.
how would you say racism and inequality has impacted the city of East Cleveland?
You talking about now?
Growing up through the years.
Back in the day when I was going to school, okay, we had just, to me, we had just the same equal opportunity as everyone else did. You know, one thing our parents taught us, you know, you go to school, get your education, nobody can take that away from you. The key was education was a way to have a better life, okay? Back then, when in the 60s and 70s, you basically you saw the civil rights and everything that was going on. You know, you saw Dr. King marching, and you knew that, you know, every place wasn't like East Cleveland.
Is it gonna pick that up? Stop it. Cut it off.
Okay, because it's going to pick it up.
Right.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start back up.
I get more handsome, that's all.
Racism, gentlemen.
Okay, I think as I was trying to explain the thing about equality, when we moved into East Cleveland, we were, you know, we had equal opportunity. You know, we didn't feel like we were being held back. You know,
Mm-hmm.
We knew that East Cleveland schools were some of the best schools in the state, if not the country, and we were taught to take advantage of that. You know. We knew also that some places, you know, in East Cleveland, you know, you still had, like Clayton said, 95% of the city was white. And you still had your little pockets of, you know, people who would, you know, white folks, Italians or whatever. If you walked down the street, they would say something, but you ignored them, you know. There were places that, like behind Shaw Stadium, there were places where they said, well, you can't rent there. They won't rent to you because you're black. But it didn't matter. We still went to those, you know, we didn't stay away. I had teammates on the football and basketball team, they were white. I mean, if we were playing a game and somebody said something racist to me, they would stick up for us, you know. We were a team, you know, we didn't stand for that, you know. In the same instance, if they were Italian or Eastern European, somebody called them a wop or something like that, we would stick up for them, you know. Everybody had the same, you know, opportunity, okay?
These instances you speak of, these were mostly instances from football or sports, but from visiting teams. They weren't like from other East Clevelanders, like say someone who wasn't an African American East Clevelander.
Yeah, they were.
Speak the racism remarks at you.
Well, I know I experienced that. To me, Cleveland Heights was one of the racist communities around back during that time. And, you know, they were calling us niggers on the floor. And
They didn't want you to play ball up there?
but no, I'm talking about before.
Oh, okay.
Before that. Their people condone what their players were doing. And I know one incident in a game, I had made I made a shot, and then we had a jump ball situation, and the guy called me a nigger right in the middle of the circle. So my reaction, right before halftime, my reaction was that I hit him. I hit him with the ball. I threw the ball right in his face. The athletic director, which was, I'm not gonna call any names, came down to the locker room and told me, Clayton, that wasn't the way to handle that. This is white. That following Monday, when I got to school, I was called into the superintendent's office along with the athletic director. The superintendent from Cleveland Heights was there. The guy who called me out of my name was there, and their athletic director. And they made the young man apologize to me. But I learned a lesson from that. There's always a way to handle a situation instead of overreacting. Real upfront racism right there. Because we were taught, no, nobody call you out of your name. Nigger means that's a fighting word. Today, kids use the word so loosely, they don't even have respect for themselves. And that's the irritating thing that exists today. What we were taught one value system, this generation has another value system. The word is used commonly every 10 seconds. If you get on kids and sit and just listen to them, if you chart, the word is going to come up. They think it's a game, they think it's a joke. But that was a word that we fought against for years. Now they make money off of it through all these rappers, you know, it's always about something. Another value system where dealing with the equality was that you respected your women, the girls. You don't call them out of their name. You respected them. My mom taught my sisters, if somebody, hey you, you don't respond to hey you. You don't respond to a whistle or anything. You carry yourself in a way where you demand respect all the time. Inside of Shaw High School, did we have any culture, diversity courses back when I was in school? The answer was no. But you learn from some one-on-one situations with all parties coming together and talking things out. Our students today, they're more reactionary. They want to fight their way out of things. That's not the way to resolve problems or problematic situations. So that's the closest that I can come out. And Berea was another all-white community that did not have respect for black folks, even though black people had lived out in Berea from the time the Underground Railroad. Black people living in Berea. The same way when we come out this way, Twinsburg, Streetsboro. Underground Railroad ran right through these areas. Black folks were in these communities in small pockets a long time before white folks settled here. Our kids don't know that. It's the same way about the history of East Cleveland City Schools. Our kids don't know the real history. Who has graduated from Shaw High School? What kind of successes? How the way had to be paid for them to keep a high standard school district there. As Tim referred to, you know, you were one of the top high schools in the state back then and throughout the nation, highly respected. So we can't allow cultural diversity to control our destiny. I think we have to be more creative in the way that we react to different kinds of situations.
We can go back for a second, because Tim, you touched on something that I've never heard before, but I can imagine it. You said that there was an apartment building or apartment complex where they wouldn't let black people rent in there, or?
Well, what I was saying, there was pockets of in East Cleveland where you had racism, okay? When we moved in East Cleveland, it was like, we moved in the 60s on Cardian, okay? By the time, you know, there was certain sections of East Cleveland where they didn't want you. You know, there was white sections back then. And it was all about, you know, the people who were resistant to change. You had, like Clayton said, there were some people who embraced the fact that
Tim, so go ahead. It sounds like there was racism going on in East Cleveland, even though you were basically above the racism. You know how to deal with it for the most part. Values, family got you above it, got you through it. But you did recognize racism in the city. So in that light, how do you think racism impacted changed the city over the years?
Well, with the advent of the white flight and stuff like that, the demographics of East Cleveland changed pretty fast in the late 70s, early 80s. But when we were coming up in the, mid 60s to throughout the 70s, you had your pockets of people who, for whatever reason, I guess they felt that they were superior to us, okay. But the whole city wasn't like that. You had little pockets, maybe one street here or one neighborhood there. And we were bounded by Collinwood on one side, Cleveland Heights on the other. Okay, so it seems like the closer you got to Cleveland Heights, the more you had the type of people who thought they were superior to you. Okay, and we were always taught that we were just as good as anybody else. Not to ever let people think that, they were superior to you, okay? And we carried ourselves in such a way that people knew that, whether they were racist or straight or what, And we never, I never had a problem because most of the time when I went somewhere, I was always the biggest. So all I had to do was look at somebody, And I never had that problem, and if I did, I told them what I thought and I kept on what I was doing, But most of the time I would just ignore them, I went to, when I left East Cleveland schools, I was recruited and went to a southern school, University of Louisville. And people said, well, where you going to? I went there and the people was just as nice to me as they were in East Cleveland, wasn't no different. Well, what I'm trying to say is that I didn't choose a school simply because it was black or white. I chose a school because of the values that I was taught, which was academics, education, okay? We knew that there was racism everywhere, but we didn't hone in on it. It wasn't, it wasn't something that we would spend a lot of time on because we were about the process of trying to, get on with our education, And I was saying before that, we came up through the civil rights era and we saw things and we recorded it. We didn't like it just like anybody else, But we weren't exposed to the deep-rooted, deep-seated, Klan and all that stuff, because we were exposed to a different type of culture, white culture. We had people who embraced us, who helped us to try to, attain our goals and stuff, I wouldn't say there was a lot of racism in East Cleveland, but you had small pockets here and there, maybe half a street or, a neighborhood where they had a couple of people, that, they didn't like you just by the way they looked at you, And, they just kept on going about your business, It wasn't no big thing to us.
Okay. So we're coming around that there was racism, there was inequality. Before we move further into the inequality piece, just for my own personal, do you think that either of you two or other family members of yours being athletic stars, you think that kind of gave you, thinking back, you think that kind of gave you a little more favorable treatment in some aspects growing up in East Cleveland?
I don't think the word is favorable treatments. I think it was respect. A lot of people respected you because you represented the community in the manner in which you carried yourself and what you achieved for the community. And that ran the gamut from people that you didn't know in the streets and once you come to school. We used to have a 1 in 10,000 campaign where we had the campus, the community, and raise money for football uniform, band, wrestling, just for the athletic department. We used to raise $10,000, $15,000. The teams going out and collecting the money and bringing the money back to the school district. That's the kind of trust that they had for their athletic teams. We would have dances on Friday night at Corp Center, black and white. Never an incident, at least not from the time that I was in school. If we were in tournaments, you know, again, the treatment that we got, but it was more so out of respect. I would be sitting up in the stands and, you know, folks coming up want to shake my hand, or you're Clayton Burroughs. Or I watched the same thing with my brother when I coached him. You know, oh, you Tim Burroughs, you the deacon. Those are compliments. People do that out of respect. To this day, I run into people and they refer to me as Mr. Burroughs. Former students, coaches that I've had, secretaries, teachers, all walks of people. Oh, I read about you when you were in high school. Those are good things. I'm still in contact with a lot of Shaw grads who are white. We try to get together once a year, just go and break bread and sit down and catch up on family. Those kinds of things showed me back in the day that they were genuine people who cared about you. I don't know what their politics are today or what they were yesterday, but I do know when we come together, we talk about East Cleveland. That's just like Tim mentioned to you that I was part of the bringing the Little League back into East Cleveland. It's not Little Black. It wasn't black folks' idea to bring Little League back to East Cleveland. On my board, there are several whites who graduated from Shaw. It's a genuine concern for the community where Little League baseball was first started in this area.
Okay. You know how a lot of times athletes now, professional athletes, have that knock that sometimes they're allowed a little leeway with certain issues. So I was just wondering, because of your stardom on the court, you may have been exempt to some of the inequality treatment or some of the racial injustices going on at the time.
Well, let me explain something to you. As Clayton stated, it was about respect. Back in the day, you had older brothers and sisters that paved the way for you, okay? So by the time you got to the school, you had the same teachers that they had. Mm-hmm. And them teachers know you, and they know your parents. And you were expected to behave a certain way, to treat people a certain way, and you were expected, you know, to be a good citizen. Now, a lot of people don't believe in being good citizens nowadays. That's a foreign concept to them.
Mm-hmm.
But when you say the name Burroughs, there's a connotation. The name of that family, you carry that family name, okay? And the minute that, you know, when I had a job out in the public, your name Mr. Burroughs? I said, yeah. Well, I know your brother Clayton. I know your sister Selena. I know your sister Joyce. And all of my siblings before me, they achieved. So I was expected to achieve. I was expected to be a good citizen. I wasn't expected to be a hothead, go out and make trouble. You know, that's not how our mother taught us. And my mother was the same way. She'd go out in the community and people respected her. And that's how we were taught, to be respected and respect others. It wasn't so much that we were given leeway because we were, you know, stars or whatever on the sports team. It wasn't about that. It was about carrying your way in such a way that you were respected, that your family was respected. Your name meant something. You know, nowadays, you see these sports figures, they in trouble with the law 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 times. I mean, it don't make any sense. And then people will say, well, they're not showing a good example. Back in the day, you were expected to be a good example. Right. And you lived your life to be a good example, okay? Some of the things these guys get arrested for, we would never even thought about, let alone do it. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. We wasn't all goody two-shoes and stuff. We did our little things that we wasn't supposed to. We knew that, but we were young. But when it came to the public, there was, you know, you had to live up to a certain standard, right? You know, and you were held accountable for that standard, whether you played ball or you were just a regular student.
Right.
Okay.
Mom always said, and it rings in my ears today, if you make your bed hard, you have to lie in it.
Okay.
That's a wrap.
Let's move on to inequality. How has inequality impacted you personally, and how has inequality impacted the city of East Cleveland? A little different than racism.
I think that dealing with the white flight and people coming into East Cleveland, getting involved with the government and the petty politics that goes on in East Cleveland has caused a lot of inequality. And we created a bed over there in East Cleveland that was not a good one. And right now, a lot of people are paying for it. I like what I see currently. You have a young mayor who is trying to change that inequality and bring more quality to the city of East Cleveland by putting together a good team of people that, as far as I know right now, are trying to work with the mayor to the best of their ability. And in return, the mayor is doing the same thing from the other hand. And what I mean by that is that you have to go out and build up resources and show people the good things that are going on in the city of East Cleveland so they can buy into it. And once you get more people to buy into what you're trying to do, your finances will increase because your network is showing that you are trying to break down barriers that had been existing in the city of East Cleveland over a great deal of time. And damn it. Cut. Well, I'm finished.
Go ahead. No, you were telling us about resources in the city of East Cleveland. Government.
Yeah, going past the resources.
Inequality.
Yeah. Well, people are funny. And I've sit back and watched a lot of things that are going on in the city of East Cleveland. I've seen a lot of good things. My buddy Greg Reese and I used to talk all the time. He was the director of the East Cleveland Library for many years. And Greg was one of the people who helped revitalize the city of East Cleveland. And he used to tell me, Burroughs, these politics in East Cleveland is something. But you had people moving into East Cleveland, getting involved in politics, and they lacked a lot of experience. And I'll leave it at that. The next thing that I noticed is that the residents of the city of East Cleveland, when we used to have school levies, it was about 33,000 residents in East Cleveland. Only a small pocket of people would come out to vote. In many cases, maybe 6,000 to 7,000 people on a good election would come out and vote. And then when people did come out and vote, it was based on name recognition, not on quality people to be elected to make good decisions for a city. You had pioneers like a May Stewart, Mr. Wheeler, and several other people that I can't recall their name now. Back in the day, they were making a difference. But over a period of time, you had individuals being elected and they had different agendas. Because again, we talked extensively about teamwork. If you were really part of the team to transform, if that's the correct word to use, a city, then you work with the mayor in making changes when you want to implement something. And to achieve, you work together as a team. I think that through my eyes, there was a lack of team working over the years in East Cleveland. And that's the reason why we're in the shape, the city is in the shape that it was in. I take my hat off to a young gentleman as the mayor coming in to make a difference. And let's hope that he will stay long enough and that the people will go to the polls and vote and make good decisions and establishing some stability with their government system. That's the only way we're going to move this city forward. I think they have started with a young mayor, young ideas, creative, has a good network, has built up that network where he can get resources, dollars and cents coming into the city to help revitalize it.
Brother Tim, think about inequality in your life. How has it impacted you? How has it impacted the city of East Cleveland?
Well, first of all, as I stated, I never looked at it as being inequality because I've always seized the moment. When you seize the moment, you try to do something with your life. You just as, like I said, you just as important as the next person. So you try to achieve something and do something with your life that will, where you impact your neighborhood and your community and your city. Again, I can only keep going back to the example of my mother because she impacted our lives through the school system, through the democratic process. You know, I watched her and I watched how she worked with people, talked with people, knew people, and she became part of the political process in East Cleveland. The problem with East Cleveland, what I saw is that the people who own homes started moving out. People started moving in who did not have a vested interest in the community. Okay.
Now, when you say these people moving in, are we?
I'm talking about people who doesn't own the homes, who doesn't own the businesses, who basically rent, who, for the most part, some of them are on some type of aid, okay? Some type of governmental aid, whether it be ADC or Social Security or whatever. I always tell my grandkids, just because you live in East Cleveland don't mean you can't achieve, okay? We, as Clayton said, we have examples of people who have been extraordinary. We have had people who gone on to impact lives, not just in the state, but in the nation. We had people who went to Shaw, they was over the Peace Corps, they were, I mean, they were on the national scene, I mean. And we were exposed, you know, when we were coming up, we were exposed to these type of people. And we were exposed that there was, you know, a better life. There was someplace bigger than East Cleveland. And down through the years, I don't know what happened. People wanted to, you know, play politics. Well, come on, how much politics can you play with a city that's only 3.3 square miles? The very fact that your demographics, you have people, median incomes are not that much money, you know. Somewhere down the line, people started looking for handouts instead of, you know, seizing the moment and being responsible for your own community, for your own city. We had people that, some of them were good mayors, some of them were terrible mayors and administrators. We had people running the city that didn't know the first thing about business, a hill of beans. We had people running departments that had different agendas. It wasn't about the city or the people, it was about themselves. You see what I'm saying? People say East Cleveland didn't have money. East Cleveland had money, they just didn't know how to spend it.
Right.
For years, they had money left over in the block grant program. Let me explain something to you. Years ago, East Cleveland was part of a consortium of cities that got money. But we felt like back then that we didn't get our fair share of the money. So what did we do? We went to Louis Stokes, who listened to us. At that time, he was our representative in Congress. And he introduced a bill in Congress that made East Cleveland a direct entitlement city. In fact, we were the only city of this size that got their own block grant money. I think I went to a meeting we had, or an appreciation dinner we had with him, and he was, his colleagues, some of his colleagues were asking, well, East Cleveland, what is East Cleveland? I mean, this is just a small community. And he explained to them that what East Cleveland was all about. And fortunately, they became that own direct entitlement city, which meant that they got their own block grant funds, that we weren't part of a consortium of cities. Now we were getting our fair share. But the problem was that the people who were in charge, okay, didn't put people in charge to use that money wisely. So what happened? We had monies in different funds that we wound up giving back to the federal government because we didn't use them, okay? And we blew a chance back then to become one of the greatest cities in the United States, an all-black city governed by blacks who could handle their business, so to speak. We went from handling our business to doing something entirely different. And in the interim, we allowed people to come in to prey on our city. East Cleveland is, as you know, is the mortgage fraud thing. We were ripe for that. You see the results of it up and down our cities. Okay?
Up and down the streets.
And at the time, people were playing politics and they wasn't seeing what was going on. At Clayton State, they had a different agenda. Now it seems that we have a mayor that wants to bring our city back. But it takes more than a mayor, it takes the people. Okay, now if you want to complain, but you don't want to be part of the solution, you want to be part of the problem. Part of the problem is you don't go vote. The solution is go vote. Put the people in there that you think that's going to be for the city. Don't vote for somebody because you went to school with them or because you know you have a drink with them every now and then. Don't vote for them people. Vote for the people who have East Cleveland's interests at heart. They're not there because they want to be on TV. They're not there because they want to have a business in the city and they want to make some money. They're not there because they get money from the business community, okay? They need to be there because they want to serve, okay? When I worked for the city, I served in various different capacities. I volunteered. I did it for a reason. And the reason was that I wanted to bring it back to where it was. And when I saw that there were people who didn't care about that, who had their own agenda, I pretty much just got out of everything. Right.
Well, let's call a spade like a spade.
Yeah.
As your council, East Cleveland constantly put in or voted in incompetent folks to serve on the council. The same way with the school board. They wanted to see their names in the limelight and not having a genuine concern for the city for the kids coming up in the city and for the future generation of that city.
Just as a point of clarity, Tim, you work for the city in various capacities, and Clayton, you work for the school board,
School system.
school system in various capacities. Now, if you could both talk a little, and this may be quick, because while you were there, the administration may have been all African American or not of majority, so it wouldn't have been any racism or any inequality in the system at that point.
I received my first contract from East Cleveland City Schools in 1969, when we still had a white administration. I believe that I served under Lynn Vichy, the superintendent, Dr. Rhonda Edwards, Dr. Haywood Sims, and Elvin E. Jones, 4 superintendents from 1969 to 2002. I watched our school system change because they continued to bring people in who had no commitment to the city. We all know the life expectancy of a superintendent is 18 to 21 months. We had at least 3 of those superintendents that I named who were trying to make a difference in the city. And beyond that, and even today, our city is going backwards because of the leadership style of individuals who have become superintendents. It's all about protecting where they are, and you get a school board who doesn't understand that you cannot continue to reward negative results. And this is what they have done to the city. They continue to reward negative results. And good quality people do not want to come into a district anymore where it is totally minority ran and your school board doesn't make good decisions. Your voters go out and they vote in the same people over and over and over. And I was always taught if you continue to do the same thing, you're going to get the same old results. And that's what's going on in East Cleveland right now. When we look at test scores, you can't tell me that you're going to reward somebody with a 5-year contract when your test scores are going in reverse. You can't put all the fault on the teachers or on the parents. You have to take a look at your leadership. You have to take a look at their styles. You have to take a look at the kind of environment that they create. You have to look at their professionalism. There's a series of things that you need to have in place in order to change a district around. Total TQM, quality teachers. It's important to go out and recruit quality teachers. But quality teachers don't want to come because they've heard negative things about the city, about the school system. And when we talk about marketing, are we marketing East Cleveland schools in a positive way, or are we marketing them in a bad light, which pushes people away from wanting to become part of the East Cleveland City Schools. To use myself as an example, a product of the district, knowing that when I went to college, I wanted to be an educator. My major was elementary education. Mr. Bishi provided me with my first contract, but before he hired me, he took my mom to lunch and talked to her about my future. Then, once I came home, they took me to lunch and asked me what were my decisions. I had a contract to go with Allstate Insurance. And after talking to my mom and Mr. Bishi, I decided that I wanted to come in education. And I remember what Mr. Bishi used to tell me. He says, you may not get rich, but you will not be poor going into education. And this is what our kids need to understand. Who best teaches our kids? We do. As long as we have that creative mind to adjust to the future generation, adapt to the future generation. You bring out the best in kids. You bring out the best in kids by making them become a part of you. When I speak in terms of kids, these are my kids. Even today, my kids. I hear people talk and teachers today, those kids. Understand your pronouns. There's a big difference. Ownership, I don't want to have no ownership. If you call yourself an educator, to give you an example, I received a call the other day from Antoine Moss, one of my students I had in the 4th grade at Superior School. Mr. Burroughs, I'm calling to check on you. I'm doing well. I said, what you doing now? I just finished up on my PhD at Cleveland State University. I got something in the mail for you. Sent me a copy of his book that he has written, autographed to his principal. Ownership. Because like he told me, he said, you treated us like we were your kids. They were my kids. Every kid I ever taught. Somebody tell me a kid is bad, give them to me. I don't believe in bad kids. Kids are mischievous. Kids aren't bad. That was my motivation. That was my drive. To make sure that I gave all that I could to my kids. I came out 34 years. I still think I'm a young guy. Can't do what I used to do, but I can still manage to do some of the things that I used to do. And I'm happy, and I'm pleased. And I will share that book with Brandon and give him a copy of it before he leaves.
Yeah.
Clayton can speak from the academic and school system. I can speak from working in city government for 23 years. And I can tell you now that I can go to some people's houses and they have more respect for me. Oh, you Mr. Burroughs. Oh, yeah, I remember you came to my house and inspected my house. I said, was I fair with you? She said, yeah, you were fair. That's all I will come. That's all, you know. I never had no pet peeves. I never picked on people. I did my job. I tried to serve people. As I stated, I worked for East Cleveland for 23 years. When I came home from the University of Louisville in 1976, I didn't have any prospects for a job. I had went to school. I was going to be a physical education teacher.
Right.
And then I started thinking about it, you know. I see some of the kids, some of the things that I saw, you know, how kids were. Me and Clayton was talking about it earlier. I said, Clayton, I decided then that I didn't want to teach kids because I knew I had a temper and I'd been and grabbed somebody's kid before I even thought about it. So I thought that I would go into physical therapy, but I came home. I was all set to go to school. I needed 17 hours, student teaching in a couple of hours. And I happened to need a job because I was the last one living at home.
Mm-hmm.
So
Who got you your
I
job?
guess Clayton knew
Eddie Robinson.
Eddie Robinson, the city manager at the time, and they needed some inspectors. So I wasn't doing nothing. I said, well, I might as well be an inspector. And I had a little pride about myself. I made it my point that if I was going to be the inspector, I was going to be the best one they had. By the time I left there, I was the chief housing inspector. I had 3 secretaries over me. I ran the department. I mean, I had 3 secretaries under me. I ran the department. I had 5 or 6 inspectors under me, and it was ran like it was supposed to have been ran. I still had a temper. I think I told some councilmen off. I told them what I thought. And the next thing I know, they put somebody over me. At the time, I was a department head. At the time, they created the position of a housing commissioner because a lot of them didn't like me because I spoke my mind, okay? And sometimes when you speak your mind, the people who are supposed to be political, they take it personal.
Right.
Okay, they are, you know. And I was always the one who spoke up for the people because I thought there was things that the city could do. They had programs that they could do where they could help people. And I had gotten tired of just taking people to court. That wasn't working, okay? And the administration, I was the mayor at the time was Wallace Davis. He was a good man. You know, he tried to do things. Unfortunately, one move backfired on him, which it wasn't really his fault, but that's another thing altogether. I found out that a lot of people in government, a lot of them are there just for the job. It's just a 9-to-5 thing. Some of them are there because they don't want to make changes. You know, they want to be part of the solution. I became frustrated with the way the department was being ran. One of the things that I wanted to have professional inspectors, people who were certified by the state of Ohio, people who were not just political appointees because they knew somebody, even though I knew the mayor when I got my job and made it a point to be the best at what I was, okay? And I've always been like that. If I was going to do something, I was going to be the best. If I was going to be a carpenter, I was going to be the best carpenter. If I was going to be a lecturer, I was going to be the best. I wasn't going to half-step.
So Tim, let's go back to when you say they put someone over you. What was City Hall and the administration? What did it look like at that point? Was it all African American or?
Well, it was all African American at the time, but you have to remember what was going on in the city. Sometime during the late 70s, we started to have corruption in the city. One of the judges, he went to jail. And the city was going through so many changes. It's one thing to be a leader,
Police department.
okay? You could be head of the city, but if you're not a leader, you know, you can't lead your city. If you're just an administrator, you have to instill, as a leader, you have to be, in my estimation, you have to be a charismatic. You have to go out in the community, talk to people, find out what people want. You know, you don't promise them everything, but at least you know you have your hand on the pulse of the city. What do the people want, okay? And you have to go out and say, hey, listen, if you want these things, you have to vote people in who understand, okay? Just because you work in a grocery store and you work with money doesn't mean that you know anything about municipal finance, okay? Just because you ran the Cub Scout or you was the Cub den mother or something don't mean that you know how to run a city council meeting. You had people there that didn't even know what Robert's Rules of Order was, you know.
That was that dumb old maze.
And here they trying to, you know, help run a city. You had people who didn't understand the different aspects of the legislature, judicial, and the mayor, form of government. They didn't understand that. They had no idea. And when you don't have any idea, you can fall for anything. Okay? You fall for that, and then the next thing you know, your city is in trouble. And then we're up there arguing over the color of a police car when you got city buildings falling down around you. You up there, you got people who have low median income, and you want them to rebuild their homes, but they walk in City Hall and you got 15 different violations. You can't get your house in order, but you want to be over the people. You got a city doesn't have any money coming in, so you know you're arguing over, well, this dollar, instead of arguing over how can we bring more dollars in. You see what I'm saying? Like I say, you have people that they have no idea how the city is supposed to be ran. And then when you have someone who seems like they have a little inkling or an idea of what needs to be done or how to go about it, they fight them tooth and nail because their name didn't go first on the sign. You see what I'm saying? Who cares about a sign? Okay? You know, you have a city project, okay, and you don't even know how to do the bidding process, so the city can get the best bang for their buck. Only, you know, you got somebody that knows somebody. Hey man, go in there, bid this much on it. That's illegal. You can't do that. If you are going to be in charge, you have to be objective. You have to serve. You know, you don't have. You're not there to be the Mr. Big. You know, and to show people, you know, what kind of fancy words that you can say. The bottom line is, can you bring the city together to do what must be done? A lot of times, you're going to wrinkle some feathers. So what?
That's right.
You didn't get elected to, you know, be everybody's buddy.
That's right. That's right. If we're talking about wrinkling feathers, can you recollect a time or memory when the community of East Cleveland fought for something?
Oh yeah. I remember a time when 1971. I think they wanted to put East Cleveland, the city, the shower out of the LEL.
Oh, annex, yeah.
They said we played football too rough. We was undefeated. We didn't take no prisoners. And what happened? I think one of the guys who was on the team was a white guy, and he wasn't all that good. You know, and back then we didn't cut nobody. We kept everybody. He never played, and he caused some problems. His
daddy did.
The coach at the time was named Chuck LaBelle.
Right.
Okay, and Clayton remembers because Clayton was one of my coaches. He went and told his father, I guess, that he couldn't play because he wasn't black or something, and that wasn't true. He couldn't play because he didn't have any.
Didn't have the skills.
He didn't have any, you know.
So his dad went to the Plain Dealer, Garfield Heights, and that western suburban area wanted to lead the LEL. Of course, you know you can't lead the LEL because that was a large consortium at that time, so they had to, you know, put things in motion, and it would take 2 years before you can exit out the LEL. But it didn't happen. But the thing about it was the negative publicity,
yeah, they caused all
again,
this investigation
and the racism.
They made all kind of accusations that was never true.
Now that's a form of racism that was taking place because of what his son said about, you know, he wasn't getting time because the black kids was getting more playing time, but it faced the reality. Though we were the athletes, well, my brother and all them, they were the athletes. They had a team that would go up against any college team back in 1971. I believe their record was 9-0-1. The only team that they lost to was Beaver Falls up in Pennsylvania. And everybody knows today that's where Joe Namath went to school.
Mm-hmm. Racism did rear its ugly head in sports.
Yeah, but you see...
And this was a time when the community came together to rally around and keep.
Oh, yeah. As I stated, my mother was in the Booster Club. The Booster Club was mostly blacks, and there were some whites. Mm-hmm. As a matter of fact, I think Mr. Vesey was still the superintendent, the one Clayton talked about. And
I think
just to show you how people had a vested interest in the community, Mr. Vesey lived in East Cleveland.
Right.
Clayton played with his son, Pat.
Right.
I played with his son, Chip. Chip was, one time, he was a writer for the Detroit Free Press. He played center, I played guard. And that's why, you know, he could have a luncheon with my mother. That's why he could have a lunch, because we all, even though he was the superintendent, he lived in the community. He was part of the community.
His kids
the teachers lived here. They were part of the community, and they were good teachers. Mm-hmm. Okay, and they didn't allow you to quit on yourself, you know. And if they, you know, I used to say, oh man, I can't learn multiplication. And I had a teacher, Dr. Marty Loftus, he wouldn't allow you to say what you couldn't do. And this was a white man, okay? And he, like I say, he didn't take no stuff from nobody.
How was this LEL thing resolved?
Well, the LEL was...
They didn't get out of the league. One. They didn't. That was the original LEL. They didn't get out of the league. I don't know when they left the league, but they didn't get out during that period of time. One other thing I wanted to add was Dr. Marty Lofton lived in East Cleveland as well, and he had a business. right there on Euclid Avenue,
He was an optometrist. He was my eye
Right.
doctor as well as my teacher.
across from,
The library,
yeah, First
right next to
Presbyterian
Joe,
Church and the library.
right next to Joe Cap.
Yeah, piano.
Seymour Capelwitz.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know about that business. That piano business, that man can't even go out of business. He got customers from around the
The
world.
world. Right there in the city of East Cleveland. That's the reason why I mentioned before. Our kids don't know the history. Cap pianos all over the world. See, East Cleveland has been on the map for a long time, but we haven't taken advantage. Even when we were in school, we had foreign exchange students from Israel, from Germany, from small countries, France,
Yeah, we had people from England.
England,
I mean,
going to
And we
East
had-
Cleveland Shaw High School.
we had kids that went to other schools. I mean, other cities. Okay,
Other countries.
other countries.
All right.
I'm gonna readjust this. We got
Yeah. Selma and Minnie Gamble.
Yeah.
Man,
we're back on.
I make these questions short and sweet now.
We know. Are we done with the last question? Did you have another example how the community rallied around something and fought for something?
Well, they always rallied around Shaw High School.
Okay.
Because, you know, that was the kids. You know, you didn't mess with nobody's kids.
Right.
You know.
We rallied around the first Martin Luther King Day parade going down Euclid Avenue under the direction of Greg Reese. And I'm sure there were several other things that the city rallied around.
Yeah.
They used to have a strong Kiwanis club
Yeah.
in East Cleveland,
Yeah.
who were, you know, community oriented. They had a
They had a lot of strong businesses that sponsored Little League. Now, when we had Little League, the businesses took care of it. Stonebreaker Drugs, Rexall Drugs, Gray Drugs,
the funeral home,
insurance
insurance,
places,
funeral home.
funeral homes, Bundy's Eagle Supermarket. You know, businesses
Sponsored.
sponsored them, you know. And as the businesses left, East Cleveland lost their base. To show you a case in point how people who were in the school system also were in the community. Dick Fort was the basketball coach. He was also the recreation director
Right,
for the city,
right,
you know.
right.
And I didn't care too much for his coaching, but you know, he was part. You know, he was in the community. You know.
Mr. Coach Drivas lived in the community. Coach Klaus lived in the community. Most of our coaches who coached back in the day, and these were white coaches, they lived in the community.
True community.
Yes.
Okay. Our next question has to deal with surrounding cities and institutions you think of, like Case Western Reserve or University Hospitals, Cleveland Clinic, Cleveland Heights, Euclid, South Euclid. The question reads, how have surrounding institutions and cities impacted East Cleveland? And don't forget Mary Hill.
Well, I think it's the other way around. How did East Cleveland impact the other communities? That should be the question. Now, East Cleveland has always had a good relationship with Case Western Reserve University, the biophysiology department under Dr. Scarborough, where he and the science doctors worked with the school district by creating a mentoring program. We had a program that extended an enriched school year program that Case West Missouri Biophysiology Department supported and sponsored for 7 consecutive years. Cleveland Clinic, when we were involved with the extended school year program, if you would check the front page of the Plain Dealer, where you had the snowy white owl that was knocked down by an airplane, and East Cleveland Schools, the Chambers Elementary School, I believe, was on the front page of the Plain Dealer. The science program, the Suzuki program that was started in East Cleveland City Schools under Dr. Soule, expanded itself throughout the area to other surrounding schools where they have teaching violin to the youngsters. We had a camp program. I think the name of it was the Rolling Y Camp out in Ashtabula. We would go to the Girl Scouts camp for 1 week, and other school districts piggybacked off of that. I mentioned earlier about Little League, where it was created down in East Cleveland, and other communities piggybacked off of what was going on in the city of East Cleveland. Keep in mind, back in the day, City Hall was lily white, so as they learned from what East Cleveland was doing, they moved to other communities, and they took that information or the skill levels to the communities where they lived, and they created, reduplicated what was existing in the city of East Cleveland. As far as the
how did that impact East Cleveland?
well, it's just like you know, you rob from the poor, and you take it to your community and become richer. You look at Euclid; they have a strong baseball program. Look at Shaker Heights, Cleveland Heights.
So they left and didn't leave anybody to keep East Cleveland going?
That is it. No. Once the business began to leave, there was no replacements. So therefore, with the petty politics going on, their council didn't have a vision to go out and begin to work and figure out ways to bring in other businesses to replace what was left. Where when I drive down Rockside, and they call that the auto capital of the world, you had several places that started right there in East Cleveland that's on that auto mile over there. So again, they took from East Cleveland, but nothing was put back to replace it. That also helped with bringing the city down, because you must have revenue coming in. As revenue goes out, you have to have revenue coming in to replace what's going on. As far as the schools working with the other communities, we had a relationship with Cleveland Heights, South Euclid, Mayfield, Euclid, Shaker Heights, football games, how the police department will work in collaboration with the other police departments on Friday nights or football games by having recognizable faces to travel with the team to give them the support to cut down on any incidents and things like that. So there's always been some kind of collaboration. Do I know it in totality? No. But I do know the programs that were being affected from the school district. We also had a math and science program, as I think about it, with NASA that supported our engineering, math, science, engineering program. That was Dr. Julian Earls, Larry Mervine was the facilitator of those programs, where we would take our kids from East Cleveland, they'd go over in Europe, math science program. They were all over the country. But we had, again, the support of NASA. When John Harrison was out there, he still supported what we were doing. And that helped market the East Cleveland schools in a more positive academic way. Does that exist today? I doubt it. I doubt it. Because again, when you lack vision, other things suffer. And our academic program has been suffering.
Well,
Tim, can you think of how surrounding cities and institutions have impacted the city of East Cleveland?
well, first of all, I think you can't really compare East Cleveland with the other cities because our demographics are a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
Granted that those cities, they have more money to work with, but I'm not going to use that as a crutch because in just about every city you have some type of leadership, you know. There's some type of vision. There's usually some type of 4 or 5 year plan. East Cleveland never had a 2-year plan that I can think of, okay? What I wanted to say is that back in the 60s and 70s, late 50s even, East Cleveland was known as a progressive community, okay? We had GE, General Electric, which was the worldwide headquarters of General Electric, not just in the United States, but the worldwide headquarters. They were basically a city within themselves. Mm-hmm. They're still famous for the Christmas decoration, you know. Used to be bigger than what it is. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but that thing was so big. It started on Noble Road in East Cleveland, went all the way up the hill, almost into Cleveland Heights. Mm-hmm. Okay. East Cleveland had programs that other cities followed. Okay. Some things that I could think of. I used to be a counselor at General Electric. They had their own day camp program that was, you know, that wasn't even part of the city.
Right.
General Electric had their own banking system. I can remember times that I got paid and I went to the bank at GE and got my check cash. See. Slowly but surely, General Electric started phasing out. It became, you know, it wasn't big as it used to be. And what happened was the city lost a lot of its tax dollars from GE, so their budget started shrinking. As Clayton said, our businesses started folding up. Well, when our businesses started leaving, because people didn't see what was going on, they couldn't, you heard the term you can't see the forest for the trees, and a lack of planning is planning to fail. Well, we were asleep at the wheel. We didn't plan for new businesses. We didn't plan for, you know, losing the revenue that we were getting. Other cities plan. They invite businesses in because you just can't run your city off of taxes from homes. You have to have businesses. You have to have people working in the city so that you could get taxes from their, you know, their pay. Nobody had a plan like that, okay? And when I say we were impacted because we did not have our eyes on the prize, so to speak.
That's a good
And we didn't look at what other cities were doing, even though their demographics were different from ours. The changes that were going on, they weren't just going on in East Cleveland, they were going on everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But those communities and cities had a plan, whereas we never had no plan. Our businesses would leave, but we would throw our hands up. Instead of having some kind of committee go and find some businesses to replace those businesses. You see what I'm saying? You know, you have people go out and give companies tax incentives. You know, if you put your factory here, we won't charge you property tax, or we won't, you know, we'll give you some kind of deferred tax plan. Or if you hire East Clevelanders, you know, we'll give you some type of advantage. That's what other cities were doing. We weren't doing that. We was hollering about the type of paint that we was using in our paint program. But we wasn't going out there getting them businesses. Now we have a mayor that looks like he's trying to do public-private partnerships. You got to try something else, you know. If what you were doing wasn't working, you can't continue to do it.
That's good.
That's how we can have other communities impact us. Go out and find out what they were doing to attract money. Cities run on money. They don't run on hope. See?
And that leads us right into the next one. And you guys have covered this throughout the whole 2 interviews. It'll just be a succinct question to bringing all that together. What is your vision for the future of East Cleveland? Tell me about the major issues that need addressing in order to better our neighborhood, our community, and our city.
Okay, well, first of all, we have to stop thinking that we're not citizens of the world. You know, that we just right here in East Cleveland. You know, there's a whole world out there. We have to build our children up to let them know that there's goals they can set and they can do. You know, we can show our kids that people right here from East Cleveland have been somebody. You know, they continue to be somebody. We can't keep telling our kids that we can't when we can. With our streets, we can start right on our streets. You know, we can have, East Cleveland used to have a heck of a community-based street clubs and everything. I mean, you couldn't go on the street when there wasn't no street clubs. Now, you go on the street, you don't even know who your neighbor is 2 doors away. When we were living on Shaw, I mean, wherever we living in East Cleveland, you can bet that my mother knew everybody up and down the street on both sides of the street, whether it was on Superior, the major the Superior was on, Carrion was on the other side. You can bet she knew who lived on the other side of Superior. And I bet you $1 she knew Carrion ended at Euclid, Albertson, Idlewood. I bet you she knew who lived on them streets, and she knew them on a personal basis. You got to get out and know your people, know your community. Even if the person down the street is a knucklehead, okay? You can't just sit in your house and sit up there and say, well, ain't nothing I can do about it. I just watch TV. I just turn on the TV and laugh at these people that's, you know, they come on this because they arguing over stuff that don't even make no sense, you know? Meanwhile, the city is going this way. And all they talking about was I. First of all, it's we. If we gonna go anywhere as a community and as a city, it's we. If there's something going on with the school system, we ought to be there. If there's something going on with city council, we ought to let it be known. If we want to change things, we got to get out and vote. We can't stay home and complain, okay? Everybody talking about Obama this, Obama this. Look, there's so many firsts that the president did. It's ridiculous. And he doesn't have you know, what you call it, a Congress that's all Democratic, okay? They were trying to get health care way back when Lyndon Johnson was president. Every president since then said they were going to do it, but who did it? You see what I'm saying? The man said, hey, if I know where Osama is, I'm going to get him. He did what he said. But you have the Republican Party, they don't care if the government is at a stalemate. They don't care, they're doing anything, and I'm saying this on camera, they're doing anything that they can to get this man out of office, okay? You got the richest man in the world, Warren Buffett, telling you the man is right. But that man can't be stupid, okay? He didn't get all that money being stupid, okay? And these people are just being greedy. They don't want to reach down and help nobody. And like I say, we lived in East Cleveland. If we live in a community that was like this, everybody was pretty much clicking on the same cylinders. You know, even
that's your vision.
Yeah, that's the vision. Okay. Everybody has to work as one for the good of the community. We're not advancing ourselves, we're advancing the community, okay? If I say, all right, we need to get out here and clean up, everybody ought to volunteer. Not, who gonna buy the rakes and brooms? Bring one from home. Who cares to get the rakes? You know what I'm saying? You walk up and down the street, the paper all over the place. You know the city ain't got no service department. You got a street club. Saturdays, y'all, you men folks, get up off your duff, get the kids with you. Y'all walk up and down the street and pick up the paper. Cut the grass. Ross Brancatelli, the service director, reduced to a grass cutter. That's all he does is cut grass and vacant lot. You people live on the street, you gotta go cut the grass. Look, my neighbor next door, I'm not putting him on the spot. When I cut my grass, I see his grass need to be cut, I cut it. I've been living there for almost 30 years. I ain't wait for him to ask, knock on the door to ask. He need his grass cut, I'll cut his grass. I ain't looking for no rewards. You know why I cut his grass? Because his grass impacts on my house. You see what I'm saying? If I keep my house clean, and you live next to me, I don't care. I'm cutting your grass. I ain't asking you for no money. I'm just gonna cut your grass. That's all it is to it.
You finished?
Same thing with the people across the street. They don't cut their grass. I just go over there and cut the grass. I don't say nothing. You know, if they want to give me a couple dollars, that's fine. But it ain't about that. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. Brother Burroughs, vision for
What's,
the future.
what's the question?
He done forgot the question.
Question.
You talk so.
What is your vision for the future of East Cleveland? Tell me about the major issues that need addressing in order to better our neighborhood, our community, and our city.
I think I have three things that I would like to respond to. And the first would be, I would like to see the school district rekindle the academics of the district. I would like to see stability at the government's level, or the mayor, more stability with the mayor. Give you an example. Voters should vote for quality people, not on who you know. I think the third thing is that we have to create and find dollars and cents to put up a quality community center for our youth, because we cannot abandon them. We have to upgrade our parks so they can have somewhere to go to burn off the extra energy. We have to market our school district in a more positive manner. My vision for the city of East Cleveland is that become more creative for the future and reestablish what is important to the city in order for it to become a true suburban area. A lot of history is there. Let's discover that history. Let's move forward with it and use it in the most effective way to help make improvements to the city.
Okay. Last question. Well, we're winding down the questions anyway. What would you do, what would you be prepared to do to participate in making East Cleveland better?
Well, I can respond to that. I don't live in East Cleveland, but I am engaged in different activities. If the mayor needs me for something, he's well aware. I will make myself available. To give you an example, being part of the board to bring back the East Cleveland Little League. I was a co-founder of a business called Davis Challenge that is still existing in the city of East Cleveland, that reaches out to assist youth who have problems, mental health, educational issues, and that was my way in giving back. And Davis Challenge doors are open every day to service people. It's just like any other business. It's tough to run it. Again, everybody needs some assistance, so therefore they will need assistance to continue to function as a quality program.
Is there anything else you can tell us about Davis Challenge and why you started it and why East Cleveland?
Well, it's more personal on my part why I started Davis Challenge. I really don't like talking about it or going into it, but I can say that it's in capable hands and that the doors are still open today. And in my opinion, the school district and the city should work in helping to keep those community program doors open.
Okay. Tim? Question?
Could you repeat that question?
What would
now
you
you
be
got
prepared to do to participate in making East Cleveland better? Your vision?
Well, first of all, it's going to take a lot. You know, you got to have people with vision. You got to have people who have a vested interest in the community. I think I've been trying. As a matter of fact, you know, I still live there. I haven't been anywhere. You know, I still try to do my little part, you know, how little it may be. I still vote. Okay. I still talk about the issues. I try to get people together, you know. And when I see people trying to do something, I try to encourage them, you know. It's going to take a lot because the people have such a negative image of East Cleveland, you know. But it begins in each home in East Cleveland, you know. You have to have community pride. You got to take pride in your community. This is something that we had way back in the day. We took pride in our community, and it showed in our citizenship. You know, we took part in the process, in the governmental process. And that's, you know, I guess I'd be willing to, you know, I don't know if I can volunteer any of my time. I really don't have any spare time, but I do my little part, you know. Try to get them street clubs back together and get them up, get them doing things, you know. I'm talking about things for the city, not just for the street, you know. There's a lot of things that we could do, you know, that can show our kids, you know, what citizenship is. Citizenship is not going out, you know, cussing each other out on the front porch and your kids standing there soaking all this up, you know. We didn't do stuff like that back in the day, you know. If you had an odd against your neighbor, we didn't talk to your neighbor privately. You didn't yell and scream. You didn't call the police and all that stuff. You know, that's about it.
You got some pillows behind you. Move those two pillows.
Uh-oh.
Okay. In closing, there's one more on your other side, on your behind you. In closing, do you have any final remarks for the city of East Cleveland, for the residents of East Cleveland now and into the future as they look back on this tape and reflect on the Burroughs brothers,
Burroughs family?
Burroughs family?
I'll let him go first.
I would say to the residents of East Cleveland, take ownership of your city and move the city to the next level.
Well, what I would say is take the time to find out about East Cleveland. Read up on its history. And you'll find that you can be proud of a lot of aspects of East Cleveland you didn't even know anything about. Okay? Do your part. If you're a young person, for God's sake, get registered, vote. Be part of the process. Don't say, well, hey, ain't none of my business, ain't nothing I could do about it. You can do something.
Mm-hmm.
Participate in the process. I tell my grandkids all the time, people died so that you could have a right to vote. People died so that you could go to a good school. You see what I'm saying? Don't let that, them people that, that came before us, don't let whatever happened to them be done in vain. Take pride in the fact that you're an African American. Take pride in the fact that our president is an African American. Who ever thought in our lifetime that would happen? That tells you, if nothing else, that tells our kids that there's somebody, that they can be somebody. All they have to do is apply themselves. Nobody is going to give you anything. But apply yourself. All you want is an equal chance. Once you got an equal chance, you can do anything you want to in life. You can be a principal, you can be a doctor, you can be a lawyer. You just have to apply yourself. It's a wrap.
This is Brandon King on behalf of Case Western Reserve, Dr. Rhonda, and the Social Justice Institute. We would like to thank Tim and Clayton Burroughs for their oral life narrative. We're still here in the Burroughs residence. I wanted to get close-ups on some of these pictures and have him just give us a couple words on what the picture is.
This is part of the Patterson Park crew. Most of these people are successful business owners, professional people from Patterson Park.
That's East Cleveland.
East Cleveland, Ohio.
When we say Patterson Park, meaning that we grew up in that park.
Okay.
This picture is, I don't know what year, but I think I was in the 8th grade at Kirk Middle School, and this was the basketball team.
Where are you at?
Stand next to the coach, captain of that basketball team.
And you see how many blacks are on their team?
Van Tyus.
Hold on. Okay.
Clayton Burroughs, Van Tyus.
Gotcha.
This book, Learn to Intern the CEO Style, Antoine Moss, former student, Superior Elementary School. Dr. Antoine Moss.
Okay.
It says 12/18/09, Mr. Burroughs, thanks so much for being a role model and a man of integrity. As my elementary school principal, I admired you because you were always interested in making sure your students were well disciplined and received the best education possible. This book is a testament from him regarding his days at Superior School. Again, Dr. Antoine Moss, PhD.
Okay. Any of these other pictures from Shaw? East Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Any of them?
And
Family.
this is our mother, Claire Sherrod Burroughs.
All right. Okay.
And Mom was engaged in a lot of community activities in which she exposed us to at an early age.
You know what year this picture was?
This picture was probably taken in 1974 or 5.
Okay. Good deal.
This is our great grandfather.
Is that the one who has the street named after him?
No,
that was our grandfather.
Our grandfather, who lives in Greensboro, Alabama, has a street named after him, and Grandpa was the broker for our race of people in Greensboro, Alabama.
Okay.
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 Couldn't think of the word. That's Grandma over there.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else?
That's when I was in the fifth.
Is that Kurt? Is that Shaw? Is that
No,
the East
that's
Cleveland
not
School?
East Cleveland.
Oh, that's not even East
No.
Cleveland.
These are my three sons up here,
Okay.
and my oldest son is deceased.
Okay. Anything else?
My brother Landis. That one right there. That's Landis.
Okay.
Shaw grad.
Oh,
What college? Malone.
graduated from Walsh Justin with a degree in business administration.
Right.
Okay. How about this last one?
That's Tim and myself.
Now that one we definitely have to get. That one we definitely have to get.
You talking about big, big.
Give us a year on that.
Huh?
Give us an approximate year on this one.
That was 2
That
years.
was at T.S. Macklin's, and I think the meet and greet for Shaw alumni. Every year they have an alumni.
What year was this one?
I think that was
That was
2010, and I think this one here was last year.
Yeah, it's 2011 right here.
This was last year. See, this is where all the Shaw High graduates get together, and they have like a cocktail hour and a dinner, and then they have a picnic the next day, and
That's
have
the
a golf
professor.
outing and all that stuff.
All right. There you go.
Street.
Yeah. That's good. Okay.
Shaw.
I have to take a picture with you.
Anything else?
Nah, unless you want to take that kind of stuff. No.